I was not a minute late. You shut your dirty mouth. Hello. Hi. I was not late. I started on time. The stream has like a 30-second delay. How dare you? Hello. What am I doing? I'm stretching. Gotta get your stretches in. Gosh, I started back up like a very light workout routine that I do daily, and I didn't even get fully back into it. I got like 70% back into it, and my arms were so sore. I started this like a week ago, right? I just have like some free weights. I do some floor exercises, and I just picked it back up like a week ago because when I was moving, I didn't have the ability to do this. And then now that I'm here, I should get back into it. So like I'm going on walks, I'm doing free weights, I'm doing like squats and whatever. I'm doing stretches. Holy heck. I will say, I got back up to where I am normally, like flexibility wise, very quickly. However, those first couple days of doing stretches was so bad. We're texting and driving. Wish me luck. Hey, text me when you get there, not when you park, not after you're done driving. Text me when you get there exactly. Stretches do suck. Listen, pain is weakness leaving the body. Exactly. Sorry, I had to yawn right as I swapped stream. Right as I swapped scene. Hi. I went to bed at a reasonable time last night. How are you doing? Hey. How's my audio? Is everything fine? Is everything fine? Can you hear me? You've hooked so many people on the cane recently. Oh, so jealous. Okay. Not to dox anyone, but I've talked about this before already. I had a content creator friend who said, hey, I want to play cane. And then I was like, really? So then I was like, okay, let me run cane for you. Let's talk about it. And they're like, okay. And then I didn't hear back from them for a month. And I would ping them like once every other week. Just say, hey, how's it going? Hey, is all good? Like, you still want to play? And they didn't get back to me. And I know that's because stuff is going on in their life. I know that they're like busy. I know that it's externals. It's not me. It's not them. Or I suppose it is them, but not in the sense like they don't like me or anything. But I found it very funny that I was so excited to finally play Kane. But hello, Cthulhu and Dragon and Thea and Can and Hydra. I think that's everyone. But also to all of the lurkers and all of the VOD watchers, you're valid. You're welcome. You're appreciated. This is a YouTube stream. This is a lurker safe space. Twitch is where it's lurker violent. It is lurker hostile over there. However, here, we love lurkers. Lurkers are so sweet. You sleep pathetic, like little baby. Okay, Thea, you can't make JJK references. I'm not... Okay, that's a lie. I am a weeb, but I'm not a JJK weeb. I have not watched shonen that is more recent than like 15 years ago. Unironically, the most recent shonen, and I don't even know if this is considered shonen. Probably not. It's a bit dark for shonen. The most recent like mainstream anime that I've watched, Attack on Titan seasons 1 and 2, back in like 2013, 2014. I have not watched new mainstream anime since. Everything else that I've watched has been older than that. Hey, Andy. Oh, I did watch Chainsaw Man. That's fair. That's fair. I did watch Chainsaw Man. I did watch Chainsaw Man, so that I lied to you right there. And like, I did watch 86, but I don't consider that main anime, mainstream anime. I read How I Got Invited to an All-Male Mixer. I didn't watch it. I want to watch it. It's on my list. And I convinced a different friend to watch it. And I don't know if he ever did. I have to ask him. Let me. Hey, did you ever watch that trashy romance anime I recommended to you? How I Got Invited to an All-Male Mixer. Message sent. Okay, I have started. I don't know if this is good or not. I don't know if this is a green flag, red flag. I have started on stream just messaging people. And it leads to very silly situations, like when I had Rory on, when I had Neko hop on, when Basil was here, which is my goal. My goal is to have silliness arise from this. However, I do love the idea that I'm just like, I'm on stream, I'm chatting, I'm yapping, and then suddenly I'm just like, hey buddy, did you ever watch that trashy anime I recommended to you? If so, what'd you think? Well, so Chainsaw Man is, I'll say, like teenage shonen, right? Chainsaw Man is shonen with blood and boobs and manipulation, right? That's what it is. Because that's what Chainsaw Man does. There's a lot more violent depictions of like death, for instance, with all of the devils and all of the blood and the guts and whatever. And then there's also more focus on, I'll say, adult themes, but there's nothing explicit. I wouldn't consider it a, like, I think the term is ecchi, where it's like, oh, you know? So like it involves adult topics, but has like a core thrust and structure of shonen, which I think kind of perfectly represents what adolescence is. It is, your life is framed as a child, but you're dealing with adult concepts. And I think that the main demographic of Chainsaw Man is teenagers, right? So it kind of makes sense, but I do think that it is, strictly speaking, not shonen. It goes berserk level 2 in part 2. It's very explicit in part 2. Wait, so when you say part 2, do you mean like after Denji and it follows like the new main character? You zoned out but came back just in time to no, man. Chainsaw Arrow. Okay, that is very true, Coid. Also, welcome, Coid. Hey, B. Arrow is not ecchi, but some of the thirsty comments are. I do really want... I really want to make a post. I want to make a video, like a short, where I just go over a compilation of the various thirst comments I've gotten. Because some of them are just like wood, smash, like whatever. That's I'm not special, right? That is entirely generic. There's been people who told me that they want to goon to me, or that they were going to goon to me. There's been people who said that they want to treat me like their dice, where they want to take me back home and roll around with me a bit. And like, I don't know, there is a tier list here. There's a tier list of all of the passes people have made at me. And then like there's a whole subsection just devoted to other content creators and them flirting with me. You know what, Spectre? I appreciate that. Well, so that's the thing, right? Like in almost all of, like, the sillier the pickup line, the more obvious it is that you're not being serious, right? If you walk up to someone and you say like, hey, are you a set of dice? Because I want to take you back home, roll around with you. Maybe we'll have some fumbles, but we'll end up having a good time. Like, I'm not going to take that seriously. Same thing if I look at you and say, hey, are you my Roman Empire? Because I can't stop thinking about you. Like, if you tell me that, I'm not going to assume you're being serious. I'm going to assume you're joking, which makes it funny, right? Arrow's too basic, so there are definite wouldn't. What do you mean basic? How dare you? Arrow, I found Lancer because of you, and I'm starting a Lancer campaign. I'm basing it around Infinite Stratos. Any funny suggestions for a boss fight? Well, congrats on starting a Lancer game. I'm not familiar with Infinite Stratos. What I would say for a Lancer boss fight, the thing that I learned, because again, I don't have much experience actually running Lancer. I mostly know the lore. I mostly know like theory crafting mechanics and whatever from what other people have said. My experience running the game is actually quite limited. I'm very open about this. But what I did find is when you have a boss fight, in D&D, you can kind of force a really tough encounter even when the party is at full resources. In Lancer, you have to break the bounds of the game to force a tough encounter when the party is at full resources. If they have all of their core points, and they also have all of their structure and their stress, and they have all of their limited items, dare I say, a group of LL0s could probably take on a tier 3 ultra by themselves. Maybe that's my misunderstanding of the mechanics of the game and like accuracy and whatever, but from what I've seen, if you have a group of like 4 LL0 Everest GMS only equipment characters who know what they're doing, assuming that the players know how to play the game effectively, I think they could take on a tier 3 ultra. Maybe not easily, but they could probably still win. That ain't a pickup line, that's a designated driver line. See, that's the thing. I don't drink, so I'm always the designated driver with my friends. So fun fact, if you need a pickup line on me, I guess use a designated driver line because that's how it connects to me. Lines and Veils YouTube comments got me fiending something hard for a dragon that has bats as a breath weapon. Oh my gosh. Is that because of the one comment where it's just like, hey, I have like a line against swarms of insects. They just make me so uncomfortable. Because that's something where I'm not going to disrespect that. Like when it comes to comfort tools, if someone says, hey, I have a line for geese, I'm not going to make fun of you for trusting me to have me not include geese in my game. Clearly, I want to know why you're so uncomfortable with the idea of geese that you have to have them not feature in the game, even in the background. However, I'm not going to like dunk on you for that, and I'm not going to pry because it's not my business. But the more specific, the more, the kind of more atypical your lines and your veils are, the more curiosity it piques, but also the more I think that represents a trust within the group, right? That's why in the video that I was talking about, eye harm is one that I was just like, really? Eye harm? Okay. All right. And it was something where I didn't make fun of them for it. I didn't dunk on them for it. I thought I was weird, or I wasn't weirded out. I was not expecting that. That's not something that comes to my mind when I think of stuff that I refuse to have happen in a game. Same with needles. It's like, oh, I didn't realize that needles bothered you. Oh, interesting. And that's the sort of thing where it's like, I do think that lines and veils outside of their immediate value of, okay, I'm uncomfortable with X, let's not have X in the game. It also allows you to have a better understanding of the people you're playing with and increases your empathy and social relatedness and communication even outside of the lines and the veils. Ultras have extra turns, and it also depends on the extra gear you give them. Well, so that's the thing. With Ultras, they have, I think it's +3 structure stress. They each get an extra turn. And at tier 3, they would get like 3 extra pieces of gear. Hello, Ignis. Hey, DP. Did you miss anything? No, nothing at all. We have been sitting here in silence for the last 8.5 minutes. By the way, in my Kane game, I'm personally tailoring villains for each of my players. They each have a Makima. Oh my gosh. That's... Oh gosh. Actually, let me real quick. Start a Q&A. Is Chainsaw our shonen man? Tonight? You'll get it. I'm sorry. So if you don't know, here on YouTube, we have a Q&A section that I just have in the background where you can ask whatever you want. You can ask about me. You can ask about TTRPGs. You can ask about anime. You can ask about VTubing. You can ask about personal stuff. You can ask about advice. Just make sure, keep it PG-13. Keep it within the community guidelines. Don't break TOS. And if I don't get to your question immediately, which I probably won't, I will get to it later. So please don't take up this chat, the main chat, with questions from the Q&A. Also, I should probably mention, I was doing a video. I was doing a video a day, where it was 6 shorts, 1 long form, in addition to my 2 streams. I think what I'm going to do is that at least on the YouTube streams, because I'm uploading on YouTube already, I'm not going to do a short today. And is that because it was 2 a.m. last night and I realized I hadn't done my Lancer frame yet and I didn't want to do it? Maybe. However, I'm also consistently finding that I'm behind. So I'm lightening the load by a single short. I might do another short on my Saturday Twitch streams. So I'm doing, what would that be? 5. I'll be doing 4 shorts, 4 shorts, 1 long form, and 2 streams. But because I want a video, something uploaded a day for Twitch, for YouTube, I think I would probably keep it for Saturdays as well. Also, I assume that was a follow. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch, even though we are currently on YouTube. Are you telling us to eat your shorts? No, I'm not Bart Simpson. How dare you? I do know how to skateboard, but I'm not enough of like a 90s delinquent, right? I was not getting up to rap music and spray painting back in the 90s. Cowbung? Is that supposed to be cowabunga? Bunger. Also, hey, Otis. Honestly, I really want, like, I have my skateboard with me right now, but I live in an area where, well, frankly, I think I'd die if I started skating, which plenty of people around here skate because they grew up here, but I grew up on a much different area, and I don't have, like, I haven't been skating forever. I skated for a bit in, like, uni, because it was easier to get to class. And I really haven't skated much since, so it's been a minute. Do a kickflip. I really want to learn how to ollie. Like, I don't know how to ollie because I was mostly just cruising and I was turning and I was like starting, stopping. And I know how to do a couple of tricks. Like, I can do like a hippie jump, which is the most simple trick you can do on a skateboard. A caveman mount is another one that I can do. Was it like a kick up, where it's you just kick the tail of your board and you catch it instead of like reaching down to grab it, you just kick it to grab it. Like all the basic stuff I picked up on, but like The ollie is something where I just never had the time or investment in order to learn that. And the ollie kind of is the inflection point that separates someone who can skate from a skater, I feel. VTuber skating streams, but the setup is completely the same as most streams. Pray your model still works by the end. See, here's the thing. I have a Vroid, which is a 3D model. Like, wait. Woo! Right? I can spin around like that. Theoretically, depending on what tracking software I use, I could have a 3D stream where I could show off skating, I could show off braking, I could show off my flexibility, whatever. I don't have software that can do that. I don't know how to do that, and I am not good at any of those things, so I would not want to make a fool of myself. I use a traffic light system with yellow as like a soft line and red, but green is topic you like to... So, I think you just described safe words. You got flashbanged? Listen. This is my stream. I do what I want. Sometimes you have to just, for no good reason, decide to party in the USA. Where's the jingly keys? Those are on the other screen, goober. Can you confirm or deny whether you're actually a cow pretending to be a Canadian? I'm not a cow, and I'm not Canadian. So, I don't know what you're looking for here. Wait, are ollies not the easiest skate trick? No, so ollies are easy in comparison to most other tricks. It's just ollies are... I don't know, I just never got into ollies. Mostly because, again, I didn't have the impetus to. I was focused on just mostly cruising and like getting to class. I was using skating more as a form of transportation rather than tricks. But that is something I'd be interested in. Have I ever run into Legoland's parody musicals? I have no idea what that is. Would you rather be a virtue or an under heaven boss? Okay. We're talking Kane already, which you know that's how it's good. So with Kane, it is a game much like Chainsaw Man, where you are hunting sins, psychic manifestations of people's worst impulses, and you're an exorcist. You have different, like, basically magic powers connected to the psychic energy connecting all humans. Would you rather be the ultimate good or the ultimate bad? That's what this question is. Because virtues are the most powerful stewards and representatives of Kane, the organization. They are your Captain Americas. They're your Avengers, right? Like they go after the largest threats. The bad is under heaven. And they are exorcist supremacists who want to kill all humans. So, do I want to be a corporate bootlicker who gives up all autonomy in order to live a life fighting a war for people who don't care about me outside of the fact that they want to control me, weaponize me, and or in place contingencies for when I inevitably lose control of myself? Or do I want to be an exorcist supremacist who wants to kill all humans? Not gonna lie, neither is a great option. And you'd think virtues would be a shoo-in because they're the nominal good guys. But if you're an exorcist, real talk, like unironically, if you are an exorcist who is under Kane and you're being talked down to and you're being manipulated and you're being sent to go fight off sins, and then you finally form a connection with someone and you form a friend with another exorcist, and then that other exorcist gets shifted to another team and you're separated because despite the fact that you working together is a benefit for Kane, they don't want you getting any ideas and trying to escape. So they're going to separate you. And then you have to go on a mission where you fight someone where it turns out the host is actually your former friend because they were separated from you. And then they felt withdrawn. So they formed an ogre. And now you are forming sin mark because you undergo sin overflow where you nearly manifest a hound. And then now you're kept on even tighter lock and key where you lose all the amenities, the scant ones that you were granted before. I mean, saying Cain sucks and just trying to burn down the entire system is not the most unreasonable thing to do. Particularly if you are told your entire life. Because most exorcists are picked up when they're kids or into adolescence. If you're told your entire life, this is a bad thing about you, a core part of yourself that you can't change is bad. And then you encounter a group who people you don't like say you should hate. And they say, actually, that thing that you say is bad is actually good. We would even encourage that. Outside of the moral implications, I can see, like, unironically, the majority of exorcists wanting to join under heaven, right? Not because they're right, not because what they're doing is good, purely for that extremist ideology mentality of, hey, you feel disenfranchised with the establishment. Our whole goal is to tear down that establishment. And we are going to tell you nice things to get you to join us. And then you join them. And then they do the exact same things to you that they did to the others, that the others were doing to you. Under heaven will treat you as bad as Cain, if not worse, because instead of being institutionalized, it's more like gangs. It's more like mobs and leadership and cells, where you're at the whims of whoever's strongest in your cell. But you're going to be told, oh no, you have it so much better than you had before. Oh, well, yeah, you have to do whatever your cell boss says, but you don't have to do what all of Cain says. You're completely free so long as you just listen to this one person. Would you rather be under one person or under an entire system? We are working to dismantle Cain, the people who bullied you for years. You can deal with this for just a little bit, right? And suddenly you're completely bought in, right? You are radicalized. You are gaslit. Exactly, B. Which is why I don't think it's a question of like, hey, would you rather be a virtue or would you rather be a part of under heaven? And I think it's more a question of how many exorcists, when encountering under heaven, immediately fold. Because real world extremist ideologies flourish off of taking the disenfranchised, the angry, and the frustrated, telling them the thing that's wrong with you, that the establishment says is wrong with you, is actually a good thing. Lean into it and use that to tear down the establishment. Both good and bad, I will say. Both extremist groups, or I'll even just say like it's a activism pipeline of positive impact and negative impact groups. Both have that same initial argument of the thing that is wrong with you, according to the establishment, is not actually wrong with you. So use it. And in Under Heaven, that happens to be psychic magic. Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, DP, that's a perfect comparison. Like, Under Heaven is the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants if there was no X-Men. If there was no Xavier School of Extraordinary Children, right? It is a world where the government or the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants is your option. One of them has evil in the name, and the other one is a government. Which one do you want? Because let's not get it twisted. If you're a virtue, your amenities, your freedoms actually decrease, right? Because you're on ice so much. you're cryogenically frozen like at least 6 months every year, because they want to extend your lifespan as long as possible. They want your tool, your usage, to last as long as possible. I think the only one that doesn't do that is maybe Hope. And Hope is someone who constantly gets cycled. The charities also constantly get cycled because their whole thing is gaining more people. But Hope in particular is someone where it's referenced that they just get replaced. Arrow, we made it to our destination. You said to tell you. Yeah, but did you tell me before you stopped the car? I didn't think so. No, so Jack. Also, welcome on in, Jack. I have said multiple times, if you want to play 40k Psyker, unironically, run Kane and just set it in a sci-fi setting and set it in 40k. Kane is the Inquisition. Sins, demons. Exorcists, psychers. Grace is the psycher gene. Like, you just set it in a hive world. You're a part of the Ordo Malleus. You are Imperial sanctioned psychers, where your Inquisitor sent you a bunch of nobodies out on a mission. Like, yeah, exactly. You could even have drifters that are minor chaos demons. And then you would have the really interesting thing of which, I think we've talked about this before, which Kane sins are associated with each chaos god. So obviously, Hound would be Khorne. Idol would be Slaanesh. Ogre would be Nurgle. Lord? My first thought was Tzeentch, but then because it's trying to recover the past, I actually think Lord is also Nurgle. Funny enough. Centipede would be Khorne. And honestly, I think Toad is also Slaanesh. I don't think Tzeentch has any of them. I think Tzeentch is not featuring here. Do we have analogous to the Grey Knights? Are the Virtues the Grey Knights? Because the Virtues are not just cool humans, right? Exorcists are cool humans. Virtues are psychers who have physical abilities far beyond that of what a human can do. Oh, no, you're so right. Centipede is absolutely Nurgle. You're right. I definitely see that. Speaking of 40k TTRPGs, I highly recommend Wrath and Glory. Well, so Toad doesn't change things by eating them. Toad wants to amass. Toad wants to accumulate. Indulgence is literally the core emotion, which is a very Slaanesh-y thing. Hey y'all, what are we doing with Kane? We're talking about Kane in the 40k setting, because I have said this multiple times. If you want to play a 40k game where you are psychers, run Kane, where you are Imperial sanctioned psychers, part of the Inquisition, specifically the Ordo Malleus. The different sins you fight are all chaos demons, and they each have a corresponding chaos god. You have the Hound, which is under Khorne. You have the Toad and the Idol, which are under Slaanesh. You have the Ogre, the Lord, and the Centipede, all of which are under Nurgle. And then Tzeentch would probably feature more as drifters, and or actually, Tzeentch would probably feature as under Heaven. Tzeentch would probably be responsible for an organization of psychers that are trying to ascend into demonhood. Because under Heaven is not inherently organized, it is inherently scheming. So Under Heaven would be a Tzeentch-aligned Thousand Sons-esque group of rogue psychers. It would be a Tzeentchian cult. Meanwhile, all of these demons springing up are because the Tzeentchians are effectively trying to stop them or control them because Tzeentch hates the other Chaos Gods. It fits. I think Centipede could have variants of Nurgle and Khorne depending on the infected are portrayed. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you have a Centipede where they're like a rage virus, like if you know Kingsman, the movie, where like everyone just goes crazy and starts fighting each other, and then maybe it's transmitted virally, so like I start a virus that makes all of you fight each other, and then if Jack bites Orca, then now Orca wants to fight everyone. That could be a Khornate. That could be Khornate, but I feel as though the standard zombie analog is way more Nurgle. There's a homebrew sin called the Owl. I'd also say the Spider is very Tzeentch coded. I would say the Butcher is very Khorne coded. Virtues are Primarchs? Disagree. Virtues are not nearly as powerful as a Primarch. Primarchs are one step below the Emperor. Maybe 2 steps. A single, a single Space Marine could theoretically take over all of Earth in the modern day right now. So if you add magic in, you make them Psychers, like a group of Psychers could take on a Space Marine. Not easily. The Space Marine would probably win, particularly if it's an Ultramarine. But if you have a Kane-styled organization of Psychers or a chaos cult of Tzeentchian Psychers fighting a Space Marine, they'd probably win. A Grey Knight is a different story. A Grey Knight would be a nearly impossible fight. Right? Or are virtues more like the assassins? Because I'm thinking of the Caluxus assassin, or not Caluxus, the Eversor, Vindicare, Caluxus. What's the other one? There's 4. What the heck, yak? There's like 4 different assassins. I don't remember that one. Butcher is Chaos Undivided. Nah. I disagree. Specifically because no demon, or I suppose some demons, like Vashtor and Malice are Chaos Undivided, but broadly speaking, almost every demon is aligned with one of the 4 Chaos Gods. So with the different sins, I would hesitate to make any of them Chaos Undivided. You can have a cult that is Chaos Undivided. You can have a Space Marine traitor, a Heretic Astartes that is Chaos Undivided. I don't think that you could have a proper demon that is Chaos Undivided unless you're like Malice or Vashtor. Primaris Eliminators? See, I like the comparison that virtues are Grey Knights. Because I can't think of high-level Imperial Guard Psychers. Right? Like, maybe you could say the virtues are closer to, like, the Sisters of Battle? Because, let's be real here. A single Space Marine could wipe the floor with the entire organization of Kane. Because even if they're dealing with exorcism stuff, even if they're dealing with psychic nonsense, Space Marines have trained against that. Space Marines have freaking soda can-sized bullets coming out of a bolter. A single Space Marine would be able to take on all of Kane because the power scaling is completely different. One deals with interplanetary galactic threats, the other one deals with city-wide threats. Those are not comparable. So when I say the virtues are the Grey Knights, I don't mean a virtue could take on a Grey Knight in a fight. I mean, comparatively speaking, I think the virtues are the Grey Knights. Someone said virtues as Primarchs. I think virtues as Primarchs is too much of a comparison. I don't think that there is a Primarch comparison in Kane, unless I'm mistaken. From the emotional perspectives of the... Oh, actually, Jack, that's a good point. Because if you have different virtues, and everyone bonds under them, like if Jeffrey, you're bonded to faith, and B and Can are both bonded to charity, and then Jack is bonded to prudence. That's basically like all of you are from different Space Marine chapters, right? A little bit? No, I'm kind of seeing it. If Kane decides to put a pyro blasphemy as a sacrifice in front of the Space Marine, Salamander's Pog. Oh, someone asked me, like, hey, do you know about any like 40k TTRPGs? Or someone asked me on the Discord. Like, hey, have you ever played 40k tabletop, either the TTRPGs or just the war game? And I'm like, have I played 40k? Like the first half of 2024, I was playing 40k like every weekend because I had some friends who had gotten into it. I was getting into it. I played with them like once a weekend, once every other weekend, and I lost almost every game because I'm not good at the game. I built my armies because I'm like, hey, this guy's cool. I like this guy. Whoa, wouldn't this be cool? And I don't look at, all right, I need to maximize my AP to get bypass devastating wounds. It doesn't matter if I have an invul save because I have a stratagem that I can use once per turn, every turn, to ignore an invul save. So I need to focus down Mortarion. Like, no, I play for vibes. Primarchs are aspects of the Emperor. Yeah, you kind of won me over. A lone Space Marine trying to take over Earth by force of arms would die like a chump in a Hellfire missile or something. A Librarian or Grey Knight is a different story. Disagree. Because Ceramite has that same kind of Lancer problem that I have, where like I could, like, if you took an anti-tank, like, I don't know, 40 millimeter, like, I don't know, take a Hellfire missile. That's the example you said. Fire it at a Space Marine. In lore, now in game, like in the tabletop, creamed, destroyed, absolutely, balance. In lore, that Space Marine would like be knocked backwards, and it'd be like checking vital signs. You have one cracked rib, but otherwise you're fine, and that'll heal by the end of the battle anyway. And it'll be like Pog, because Space Marines are stupid, right? Space Marines can heal from almost anything. They can't be like biologically destroyed by anything other than a plague from Nurgle. Their armor is nigh impenetrable outside of deatomizers. Their weapons will effectively fire like a rocket launcher, or like a semi-automatic like RPG. A single Space Marine is much more powerful than you think. That's why in Darktide, you don't fight a Space Marine. Like, if we're talking about Space Marines from lore, well, no, so when your joints, eyes, etc. are pumped full of flechettes, do you not? So Space Marine armor is fully vacuum sealed. That's how they can survive in outer space. Also, hey, Taff. Heavy Stubber is about the power of a Browning 50 cal? Huh. But the Heavy Stubber is closer to like a heavy machine gun, no? That's weaker than a bolter, at least like a Space Marine bolter. You do also have to consider that the Space Marine gets shredded by Hellfire missile of 40k's current technology. That's what I'm saying. No, so that's what I'm saying, is that the difference in technology between now and in the future, like they have black hole generators. Like the Imperium has black hole generators. Granted, those are from the Dark Age of technology, but so is all Space Marine armor. Space Marine armor is designed from LTCs from the Dark Age of technology, where they could move stars. They could resource drain entire planets. I can appreciate the fact that it seems unrealistic and improbable, but if someone like if an official canon story involved a single space marine taking over an entire planet, and then it's revealed at the end that their armor is covered in blue and they got like the freaking laurel on their head, I'd just be like, ah, yep, ultramarine. Heavy cyber is a heavy machine gun, a heavy bolter is a heavy machine gun bolter. Yeah. Are we counting space marine plot armor as a viable? No, so I'm saying actual literal space marine armor is stupid. Actual literal space marine healing is also stupid. Actual literal space marine weapons are also stupid. Actual literal space marine plot armor is stupid. I think all of these put together far and above demonstrate that it is nothing can kill a named space marine unless it is the climax of a book. Right? The closest we got to one space marine was Fulgrim and 7 space. That's fair. That's fair. We can also do stupid stuff like dumping 150,000 tons of gravel. Okay. I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at, actually. Can, we're cooking. The issue with that is Space Marines are also stupid fast. They have speed. Like, does anyone know offhand how fast a Space Marine is? Now, again, I'm not saying that this is justified. I'm not saying that anything of this is like, oh yeah, a Space Marine could beat Goku because Space Marines are just so cool. No, I'm saying that the power scaling is stupid and unrealistic. I'm saying that the power scaling is so all over the place that you can't reasonably pit anything against a Space Marine and say it has a realistic chance of winning unless it is something else from the 40k universe which has a defined ability to beat Space Marines. Just so that's clear, I don't think that it's good that Space Marines are so stupid powerful that they can, all robot girly man. Also, hey Cam, cover the Space Marine in grease and watch them try to stand. See, that's the thing. I think that if you took, say, 100 helicopters, gave each of them 100 kilo of gravel, and you literally carpet bombed an entire like landfill sized area, the Space Marine would either run out of the way or it would manage to like jump and finagle itself in such a way that the gravel slid off all its armor and then it crawls out like 2 meters of gravel. Right? I'm operating not off of, oh, what would make sense? What would be reasonable here? I'm operating off of what would happen if this was in the 40k universe. It doesn't need to kill him, just break the servos or stun him for a few minutes. That is very true. My issue is that I don't think that would work because Space Marine plot armor is the most powerful weapon in the entire 40k universe. 500,000 Emperor's feet per hour. Are all Space Marines just my OC survives because they're so cool and edgy? No. All Space Marines are my OC survives. And I would say only like 80% of them are because they're so cool and edgy. 20% of them are because they're so pathetic and edgy. Like 80% of them are, look at how awesome my OC is. He can survive anything. And then 20% are, look at how pathetic my OC is. I'm going to make him suffer more. My OC survives? Exactly. Molten brass with an 8-pointed... Can, I think you did it. I think you did it. Molten brass with an 8-pointed star engraved on the crucible. If we invoked the powers of chaos, if we invoked the ruinous powers, I think that we'd be able to take on a Space Marine. Aren't there like 2 Space Marine chapters that constantly die? Yes, Slow Boy, welcome on in. The Lamenters. Their whole thing is that they die constantly, which is why they're called the Lamenters. They're so sad. And I mean, there's also other chapters that constantly get beat up, I would say the Imperial Fists constantly are on the verge of extinction. There are Space Marines that get buried in fast curing concrete in the Siege of Terra. They stayed alive for thousands of years trapped. That's stupid. Like, that's the thing. I don't want the Space Marine to win, but I'm being realistic with the frame of reference that 40k has, right? I am recognizing the fact that realism has no part in the creation of a story involving Space Marines. A Space Marine's power level is equal to +1 over what it needs to be. Right? Whatever a Space Marine needs to be, it is slightly more powerful than that, because Games Workshop needs to make you go, whoa, every time you see a Space Marine, right? It's the, doesn't The Rock have a clause in his contract when he's acting where it's The Rock can't lose a fight because that would damage his brand and credibility? Space Marines have that. Which is why I'm so convinced that a single Space Marine could do just about anything. The real answer is that a Space Marine invading is actually just a salamander, and all governments just feel so threatened that they use evil propaganda to portray the goodest boys as evil. We canonically need a World War I reenactor group with a collective death width and 3 to 100 shovels. Ah, so we're taking the Krieg approach. Understood. So a Space Marine could eat Yogg-Sothoth? Probably. Yeah, probably. I think it depends whether you look at the books or the tabletop. Well, no, so that's the thing. I'm not looking at the tabletop because the tabletop explicitly makes it clear these are gameplay mechanics for the sake of balance. Right? When you play the tabletop, a Space Marine is like 50% more survivable and stronger and damaging than your average guardsman. Which your average guardsman, for those of you who don't know, in 40k, there's the Imperial Guard, the Astra Militarum. And they are people like you and me, just normal people, who spent like 10 years in like the military, like in boot camp learning how to shoot a gun. And then they're sent to the front lines with a laser gun and like 21st century modern day flak armor. And they're expected to die within 15 minutes. A Space Marine is a genetically altered super soldier that has the most advanced weapons, armor, genetic enhancements, additional organs, genetic code modifications to make them the greatest fighting machine ever. And they regularly serve for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And the tabletop represents these as this has 1 wound, this has 2 wounds. This can save on armor by rolling a 5+. This can save on armor by rolling a 3+. This has a strength 3 weapon that has 0 armor penetration and 1 damage. This is a 4 strength weapon that also has 0 armor penetration and deals 1 damage. At least I think bolters have 0 AP. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, this indicates very clearly that the tabletop is not a good representation of the mechanics of a fight. For instance, if you're by a Great Unclean One, if you're within 100 meters of a Great Unclean One, a Greater Demon of Nurgle, the god of disease, rot, pestilence, you will just die. And in the tabletop, it has like a 6-inch aura of stealth. I'm assuming. I have no idea what it gives. Lasguns are dog water? No, lasguns are flashlights. In the tabletop, a guardsman can kill a custodes who are basically golden demigods. Exactly. The guard is basically normal people with the greatest weapons in the Imperium, the lasgun. Yeah, also we're talking about 40k. Yeah, anytime I talk about 40k, I feel like so many people are just like, huh? What? 40k? Huh? And I'm just like, yeah, I've been talking about 40k for years. Like I've been throughout my time on the channel, I brought up 40k and started talking about it with some degree of consistency, like at least a year and a half ago. To be fair, freak accidents happen. There's an infamous example of a space marine in armor wearing a helmet being killed by a caveman with a stone-tipped spear. I mean, there's also an example of like 10 guardsmen who are just like in first rank, second rank formation, shooting down a hallway, and they dissolve an Iron Warrior. Which Iron Warriors are space marines whose entire deal is having amazing, fantastic, second to none defensive fortifications and armor. And just 10 people with laser guns sat there, held down the trigger, and melted one. Because 40k has been around for like 40 years, maybe 50. I think it was like in the 70s it started. So there is, I think it was was it Eisenhorn or was it Caiaphas Cain? I think it was Eisenhorn who fist fought an Emperor's Children. Which the Emperor's Children, again, they're space marines, they're super soldiers, they're awesome, they're the best of the best. And a normal dude who, granted, had psychic powers, granted, was like genetically altered, but not to the extent of a space marine, fist fought and won against a space marine because these stories were written like 20 years ago, back when the power scaling was different. There's such a great difference between 40k in the 70s versus I think it was the 70s, it might have been the 80s, but early 40k versus 40k in the early 2000s versus 40k today. There's such a massive power difference, which is why every time I talk about, oh, a single space marine could do X, it's because 30 years of writing has said, we gotta go bigger. We gotta go bigger. We gotta go bigger. It's power creep. It's the Goku problem. It is exactly what happened to Goku, but with space marines. Honestly, the Emperor was a fool for not realizing the truly invincible warriors are made by giving them a proper name. Iron Warriors are space marines who gave us the Daemon Kalaba, which is one of the reasons lines and veils exist. Can I draw a loss? I don't know what loss is. Like, huh? What are you getting at? I don't understand. Oh man, that's a really messed up question mark. Let me delete that. Loss is 1d6 psychic damage cantrip with a 1-turn stun. A cantrip that can stun would be so broken. Arrow doesn't know loss? Yeah, I'm at a loss. Remember when Space Marines were random funny mercenaries? I don't remember that. I do remember the beaks. Let me Space Marine beak mask. Does anyone remember these? The beak mask. When I think of Space Marine masks, I don't think of the beak. I think it's Mark 4. The Mark 3 helmet? No, Mark 4? I think of the... No, I don't want AI. What? No, stop giving me AI response. Not the Mark 4, is it? Yes, it is the Mark 4. Because when I think of a Space Marine helmet, I think of the Mark IV, I think of the Astartes short, right? Custodians are bespoke creations. Space Marines are self-reproducing in a mass production sort of way. See, that's the thing. The Thunder Warriors gave way to the Space Marines, and the Space Marines were intended to give way to the Custodians. Tip, put a swear word in the search to turn off the AI. Oh. But I don't swear. I have a genuine question. What are your thoughts on the fact that I don't curse? Like, genuinely. Because I have had the thought of how funny... I actually don't know if I should talk about this, because it's not something that I'm actually going to do, but I might get in trouble if I talk about it. I won't say about me then, but I think it'd be very funny if a content creator made spicy content, but they never cursed. So they're like doing like a spicy like 18 plus reading or whatever, or they're like making content that is not suitable for work, but they're just like saying heck and darn it and like, oh heck, oh heck. I think that would be so silly. It's a you thing, but I do curse. I barely notice that I don't curse. Cursing's overrated. Not cursing is cool, and I want to clean up my language. You won't make for a good witch? But that's what people want me to dress up as for Halloween. So should I like speak like a sailor for Halloween? Just make my April Fool's Day stream nothing but swearing? That'd be funny. I have had an idea for an April Fool. Okay, how many of you are into VTubers? Because like I'm a TTRPG channel, but I am a VTuber. And I know a lot of you here are here for the TTRPG, not for the VTuber. How many of you are into VTubers and like know about VTubers? No, like literally like, oh heck, I'm gonna pog. What if that was my April Fool's Day thing? I have zero thoughts about you not cursing. You need to bump those numbers up 8 times the swear amounts. It's nice, mostly unnoticeable. That's the thing, right? My goal is not to be like, I don't know, upfrontly wholesome or whatever. I just kind of don't curse, right? It's just a choice I made many years ago. So the fact that's not noticeable is probably for the best. You watch VTubers, don't know, don't care. Oh gosh, no, VTubers are cringe. You'd like to be one? Well, I encourage that. I encourage you to reject your flesh. But the reason I bring this up is because there's a thing. Oh boy. There's a thing in the VTuber community which started, I think, within the last year. I think this started within the last year because I don't remember this happening before. Where people, if they have an issue with a VTuber or an artist or whatever in the VTubing sphere, they will make a Google Doc to warn people about that person. So, for instance, the big one that has been very popular or very notable and infamous recently is that an artist made a Google Doc basically alleging that a VTuber she was working with, or they were working with, I don't know their pronouns, was manipulating them into canceling their other contracts, trying to force them into exclusivity. Then a bunch of other people came out with their own Google Docs. And all of these are not like, oh, here's a couple pages. It's all like, this is a 40-page Google Doc. Here's a 70-page Google Doc. Literally like a week ago, someone dropped a 1,000-page Google Doc. So I had a thought, what if for April 1st, I dropped my own Google Doc, but it's literally just me talking about nice things that I've experienced with other content creators. And I'm just like, this is my experience with insert name here, right? So I'm just like, this is my experience with Rorston VT, with Archivist, with Celerity Dust. And I just page after page of, here's when they were nice to me. Here's when they like assisted me when I required assistance. Here's like, here's one time that I genuinely felt a connection with this person and I'm appreciative for their friendship and company. Like, I make like a 20-page Google Doc listing as like a hit list. And I just tweet it and I'm just like, my story, ... And I'm just like, I won't be silenced anymore, ... I love Google Doc exposés because the drama essays on YouTube make good background noise. I mean, I try to keep up with them in the sense that I'm not gonna lie, I don't care, but I feel like it's good to keep abreast of what's happening in the industry. So I don't read them, but I want to know that, like, hey, famous VTuber X made a document about famous VTuber Y, so they're not talking anymore. That's the extent to which I care. Why would anyone ever do anything like that other than legal reason? So the reason people do this is basically to be charitable. They want to warn others about their experience. This is the narrative most of them say. Google Docky. Hey, guy. So, Orca, you are an artist, and I am a VTuber, and I commission you for an art asset, and you don't deliver. So, I make a 15-page Google Doc describing how here is my experience working with Orca. Orca didn't give me my emotes on time. They accepted 50% up front, and then when I asked them for updates, they refused to elaborate. Here is 10 pages of Discord screenshots. Don't work with Orca. Orca will steal your money. That's one way. That's what most people say that they're doing it for. A lot of people, presumably, do it for clout. When I make my document saying Orca is a bad artist, you shouldn't work with them, suddenly Slowboy jumps in and says, well, actually, I worked with Orca 3 years ago, and I have something to add to this. Let me make my own 10-page Google Doc. Where Slowboy talks about their terrible experience working with Orca, when in reality, Orca, you were perfectly fine. You didn't do anything to Slowboy, but Slowboy wants clout. Slowboy wants attention. Slowboy is hopping on a trend to bully Orca. So, Slowboy makes a document. And then Alza sees, well, actually, I've never spoken to Orca, but my best friend Coid knows Orca personally. So I'm going to make my Google document about how I know blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly it's more and more and more. And despite the fact that I ostensibly wanted to warn people, hey, don't work with Orca because as an artist, they scam me. All of these other people jump in for clout. But that's just kind of the narrative people sell. The main thing is people don't know how to keep stuff private. If people make it like a review of other artists, why not make it for good things as well? Because that doesn't hit engagement. Like, if it bleeds, it leads. Sounds like Tao propaganda. True. Like, the main thing is that it's people not knowing how to deal with stuff in private. I'm gonna be straight up with you. There's been times when I have had, I guess you call it beef. I have had contention with other content creators. Like straight up, like we were not talking for a while. And I just don't talk about it because that's, one, it's not your business. Second off, I want to deal with it privately. Third off, a lot of times it's not me that has an issue with them. It's them that has an issue with me because I either did something to piss them off or they had a misunderstanding of the situation and didn't talk to me about it. And this happened a couple times, not often, but it's something where if someone suddenly cuts contact with me or stops talking to me or whatever, or unfollows me on all of my social media, I don't care. And if I do, if they are someone I care about, then I'm going to reach out to them privately. And they're going to tell me, hey, I have an issue with you. And I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, what is this? Like, what happened? And then we talk about it because we're adults. And there are people who I had contention with, I had issues with, who I was not on speaking terms with for X amount of time, that I now am, because we both just kind of kept it to ourselves, dealt with it privately, and whether I did something wrong, they did something wrong, whatever, we allowed it to work its natural course because that's what you should do. Like respectful problem solving, exactly. It's an issue where it's like, I don't know, and there's certainly been some instances where people have gotten upset at me or I've gotten upset at people and it wasn't resolved amicably, but it was resolved privately, right? Because, I don't know, Jeffrey, you and me, we're best friends. We collab all the time. We have a great dynamic. And then suddenly, I kill your dog. Sorry, my mistake. Whoops. Jeffrey stops talking to me. We stopped collabing. Everyone's wondering, what's going on? Why the best friends stop collabing? And I mean, Jeffrey's not going to go out and tell everyone that I killed their dog. So it's just a matter of like, hey, private stuff between us. Right? That's how you should do it. Don't argue with idiots. Just tell them they're right and move on with your life. That's ridiculous. You're absolutely right. DP, we don't make jokes about that. I thought this was a place for yelling past each other at the time and not reading anything. I mean, that's what Twitter is for. My Arrow Dio arc. No, I don't want to be Dio. No. Actually, I do reject my humanity. Never mind. I'm playing as a Mitzi. Wait, I'm a vampire. Imagine humans as a species that evolved to communicate with humans actually do that. That would be impossible. That's the thing, right? Everyone talks about, oh, it's high school drama. It's high school drama. Kono ero da! Everyone talks about like high school drama. And the unfortunate reality that I found is that that is just normal drama. A lot of people have the attitude of like, oh, well, interpersonal issues, drama, rumors, that should have stopped in high school. No, it continues in uni. It continues in the workplace. It continues in the HOA. It continues in your freaking hot yoga club when you're 50. Whatever you get up to. I don't know what 50-year-olds get up to. I'm not 50. But it's a sort of deal where it's a personality thing. If you have someone who doesn't know how to communicate, they're gonna be dramatic. They're gonna cause drama. And I will say, there's something different than not knowing how to communicate and being a complainer. This is something that took me a long time to realize, because I'm not a complainer. I am someone where if something bothers me, I will keep my mouth shut. That is how I was raised. That's how my siblings are. That's how my family is. We are all very much like, I'll just deal with this. Which is why I've had real world, actual issues happen during my time in content creation that I just did not mention on stream. Because one, privacy. I compartmentalize. I very much keep my personal life separate from my online life. But also, I'm not a complainer. But I also have friends who are complainers. They complain to me all the time about a bunch of different stuff because that's how they get catharsis. And they don't necessarily complain about me. They complain about other people. And that's not rumors. That's not drama. That's not like spilling tea, so to speak. That is, you're my friend. My like our mutual friend is bothering me, or maybe someone you don't know is bothering me. I need to just talk about this to someone. And so they talk to me about it. And then they're not looking for a solution. They're looking to get it off their chest. And that took me so long to realize that is not miscommunication. That is not them being like unappreciative of advice. That is them just looking to talk, air out their grievances, and move on. I do that in a journal. I journal my thoughts. Some people complain. Both are valid. It's just one involves other people, and therefore you have to be more conscious of the fact that other people might not want to hear you complain at this very moment. Other people might take issue with what you're complaining about. But that isn't wrong or bad. It took me forever to realize that. It bothered me for over a decade, like over 10 years of people complaining to me and me thinking it was poor communication. Of me thinking, why are you not letting me like give you advice? Why are you not listening to me? Because that's not what they're looking for. That's not what they need. If Taff is complaining to me about how Slowboy stole their lollipop, I would just be like, okay, well, why not get Slowboy to buy you another lollipop? Like, you know each other. You're tight. And then Taff is like, no, that's not... I'm not looking for a solution. I'm looking to get it off my chest and move on. And that took me forever. That is something I had to like really contend with. And I still struggle with. My first instinct is still, well, how can I solve this for you? How can I assist you? How can I provide you the ability to move past it and solve it? But that's not what people look for. And that's okay. Well, people are people and people's possibilities are endless. Exactly. We should believe in people becoming better over time. Amen. I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm a big believer in this space having a very low barrier to entry and a very high barrier to removal. I am loath to remove someone from this space, but I'll do it. I've done it before. I've done it quite recently, actually. There have been people who were spamming or weren't listening to me when I was like, hey, cool it, don't talk about this. And then they brought it up and I'm like, okay, ban. I don't ban people when they call me slurs in the comment section, because I recognize that if someone, for instance, their main form of reference is what they hear in the media, and they're like, these non-binaries, these dang dirty libs. It's not productive of me to turn my nose up at that and be like, okay, bye, I'll just ban you, because then their only frame of reference is still the media. They never get to hear what people like me are actually like. So even if I would prefer that they weren't calling me slurs, even if I would prefer that they weren't actively pushing to limit the opportunities that I have available in my life, I think it's reasonable and necessary to give them a open door to at least see what it's like, and that we're not monsters, that we're not crazy, that we're not the things that they were told. And whether or not they listen is up to them. I'm not going to sit here and preach at anyone, but just because you believe in things I find deplorable does not mean that you are deplorable. It means that over time, if you are willing to expand your mindset and your frame of thinking and your echo chamber, we might be on the same page. But you're never going to do that if I see you and I immediately cut and run, right? Oh man, as my friend's group advice guy, I had to learn that people have to ask for advice, but also it's up to people to do that advice. Okay, I was the advice friend. I was often called the therapy friend. I was the therapy friend for therapy friends. That's how bad it was. Like I had multiple friends who were like, yeah, everyone just comes to me with their problems and I try to help them as best I can. And I'm like, how about you tell me about that? And I do the advice friend thing to people that were the advice friend, which was very funny to me. But no, so I had a real struggle with allowing people to do their own thing. And I would give people advice. And consistently, they would not take the advice. And 2 days later, they would say, actually, you were right. Just, hey, I'm really struggling in my relationship. I feel like we're not going anywhere. I feel as though she's mad at me for no reason. All right, bro. Tell her that you feel it's unreasonable that she's being mad at you. Tell her that the way she talks to you when she's upset makes you feel like she doesn't value the relationship. No. I'm just going to let it ride. 2 days later, you were right. We had an argument and I finally yelled that she was making me feel bad the way she was talking to me. And then she immediately broke down crying, saying that she didn't mean to, but it was an issue with her father, that she never learned how to socialize. And we had a real breakthrough in our relationship. And I'm like, bro, I told you to do this 48 hours ago. You didn't need to have a breakdown discussion. And then he's like, yep, you're right. And then actually, I also have this other issue. Okay, so listen to my advice this time. Nah, I'm just going to do my own thing. And that's not my responsibility. That's something I did multiple times over and over and over and over. And I learned that's not my responsibility. That's not what I need to do. I can offer advice. It's up to them to take it. I can provide assistance. It's up to them to take it. I can be the most stable pillar in their support network. But that means nothing if they don't lean on me. And I can't make them lean on me. Sounds like you were a dad. I do kind of give dad vibes, don't I? I still didn't like them, but it humanized them a lot. Oh, there was this one kid in high school I hated so much. And when I opened up and had a one-on-one talk about how their day was, ended up being a chill talk and I saw them in a whole new light. That's the thing. The worst people you know are probably chill if they like you. Or actually not even if they like you, if they don't dislike you. The issue is that a lot of the worst people you know will dislike you on principle. Whether because you're queer, or because you're a different religion, or because you look different from them, or because you were raised in a different way, or you talk in a different way. Like, the worst people you know will have good traits about them. And that does not diminish the goodness of those traits. Just as the existence of those good traits does not diminish the badness of their traits. Everyone is a multitude and everyone has multiple facets. It's been almost 90 minutes. Have I hailed hydrate? No, not at all. Now you have the words daddy, mommy stuck in my head. I mean, I can... I'm not gonna say the words that just came into my mind. No. Are you ideas, not persons? Unfortunately, a lot of people, including me for some time, I hope I've gotten better, take an attack on their ideas and attack on their views. I will say something as... I love this. I love this so much is I have so many people, particularly back when I was doing Here's an Idea, which personally, I still count the Mega Dungeon as part of Here's an Idea, but I'm no longer having dedicated standalone, in a vacuum, here's an idea you can put in your D&D game. But when I was doing that, I had so many people who would say like, no, you're wrong. This idea is stupid. And then like, because of A, B, C. And in response to that, oh my gosh, my voice. In response to that, I would say, you know what? Fair point. A makes a lot of sense. And I kind of see where you're coming from with B. But actually, C is wrong because of D. Either way, thanks for contributing. I appreciate the discussion. I still, like, you didn't change my mind, but I definitely see where you're coming from with A and kind of with B. And do you know how they respond? Do you know how the people who open with, no, that's wrong, this idea is stupid, consistently responded? Also, by the way, I love the content. Consistently, I would get people who opened swinging. When I responded to them as like, hey, great idea. I love what you were saying with A, and I hadn't really thought about B before. I don't know if that's how it works, but I definitely would rule that way at my table. But with C, that doesn't really make sense because of D, so that doesn't really seem applicable here. But either way, thanks for pointing this out. I appreciate it. I love the content. It is one of the best feelings to me because it just demonstrates that it doesn't matter if someone thinks your idea is dumb. No, they're not even tsundere. They're not even like hiding their true feelings. It's literally, they just came on strong because they were passionate about their disagreement. And when I didn't respond to that energy, when I treat them with civility and respect, 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, they match my energy. They assume I'm going to blow up at them. They assume I'm going to say, no, you're wrong, you're stupid. But when I say, no, I see your points, I disagree here, I agree here, thank you so much for contributing, overwhelmingly, they walk back the energy and are way more civil. And I don't know if that's just the community. I don't know if that's just you being awesome. Or if that is the nature of debate. Or if that's the TTRPG space, perhaps. But there are so many people. This has happened more than once or twice. This has happened probably upwards of 10 times, which I understand over years is not a ton of times, but it's more times than I can count on both hands. Well, no, Koyed, I wasn't going to say get you one who can do both, but I'm sure I could do both. I've been kicked, punched, and slammed by kids in middle school and just laughed it off and we were chill. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's part of how you're socialized. And part of how the culture is. There are groups and cultures and like regions where if you don't get into a fight with someone, you aren't considered friends. This is particularly for men and like boys. This is for generally the younger crowd. I'm not going to make assumptions about like geography or like education level or whatever, but there are certainly areas where if you don't get into like a physical altercation with someone, you aren't considered close to that person. There are other times where if you so much as insult someone, that is declaring them your nemesis. And obviously, what constitutes bullying changes from area to area. It is a instance where context is really important. And it's scary because there are like suburban white moms who will see, good heavens, this child just struck another child. Clearly, this must be bullying. But there are some places where those are best friends. Genuinely. They will genuinely have each other's back and they legitimately care about each other. It's just the culture is reliant upon physical altercations. And I'm not here to tell you that that's better or worse than an area where everyone like holds hands and sings Kumbaya, and to not make eye contact with someone is to indicate your dislike of them. That's just like outside of my pay grade. Context might be hated. Love joining to see the goon message. Keep it up. What does that mean? Oh, goon for life. I got it. There's limits to that, sure, but I think it ruins a lot of things for us unnecessarily. I think there's difficulties in separating elements. We tend to see the whole, and if something bad is revealed to be part of the whole, we reject the whole. Exactly. And I think that it's also similar where I think that goes both ways. It is, you have the whole, and you want to like it, so you're willing to accept the bad. Because the whole is good, right? You can accept the bad. But if you don't like it, well, you can ignore the good because, I mean, it's bad, right? Just because it has some redeeming qualities doesn't mean it's no longer bad. And this is legitimate psychological biases. This is legitimate... it's a little bit like confirmation bias, but it's not quite the same. It's the idea of, if you look at my channel and, I don't know, let's say you think VTubers are cringe, but you love TTRPGs. If you look at my channel and you think to yourself, I like this, like just vibes wise, I like this. I don't mind you're a VTuber. Yeah, I'd prefer if you weren't a VTuber. I think VTubers are cringe, but I can look past that. But if you just don't vibe with this channel, you'd be like, listen, I love TTRPGs, but why are you ruining TTRPGs by being a cringe VTuber? Like, you're just worsening the space by your presence. Why are you even here? It's so easy to do this with much more important things than being a VTuber or TTRPGs. You think communication? What's the current ADHD topic? Hey, Alex. Also, hey, Claret. No idea, but I love listening to Arrow Yap. I get embarrassed anytime someone talks about liking me rambling. I've been ranting for an hour and a half. Yeah, VTubers are cringe, but cringe doesn't need to be bad. I hate cringe humor. I'm gonna be straight up with you. Cringe humor is one of my least favorite types of humor, like down there with like toilet humor. And if you know anything about me, like I will I will ask you to stop chatting if you make toilet humor jokes, because it physically revolts me. And cringe humor. I watched The Office. I had someone who wanted to watch all of The Office with me, and I was like, sure. And I did not enjoy watching The Office, mostly because I had to watch all of The Office for someone else. But the cringe humor in it, I literally pause when I see cringe humor to cringe myself and to decompress. And then I play, and then it's not over because I paused. So I have to pause again to re-cringe. You're continually confused by genuine earnestness is so maligned. We love the rambles, the yaps. Gosh. Aerodorable ranting is why we're here. I don't know. I just get so embarrassed. Right? And I know it's silly, and I know that's literally my brand is ranting and rambling and silliness, but it's also the sort of deal where I just can't help but feel like no one cares. And I will say this, like, in case you are concerned about, hey, why does brain no work? In case you're concerned about, like, hey, am I normal in this, where I constantly feel like I need to justify myself, or I need to apologize for everything, or I'm not good enough? I want you to know I feel all of those same things, and I have people who literally every single day give me compliments. Like, with the channel, I'm exposed to positivity daily on a scale that I had never experienced up until now. Full stop. And still, and I would even say because of that, brain no work harder. Brain still say silly things. Because clearly none of these people mean this. So in case you're ever wondering, like, oh, am I worth it? Can I do this? Like, I'm 20 and I'm not even in university, or I'm 30 and I've never had a girlfriend, or I'm 27 and I just got fired from my job. Like, am I good enough? Like, I'm useless, whatever. You can have a facet of your life that is effectively nothing but positivity, and that will not stop that. Bye, Jeffrey. The way you grumble when we compliment you. Shut up. The problem with cringe humor is that once you drop to that level, it usually doesn't return to anything good. That's also fair. Wait, why am I cute? I'm not cute when you grumble. Shut up. Also, on the topic of VTubers, if anything, I think having a vessel for your existence outside of reality seems quite reasonable. Very true. I think me rambling with someone is probably me being vulnerable, so I get why it can be embarrassing. That's the thing, right? One of my friends, another content creator, A, actually, accused me of being irony-ridden, where I am incapable of being genuine. And like, that's my secret cap. I'm always genuine. Once you go cringe, you're permanently unhinged. Very true. Imposter syndrome hurts so bad, but I'm not good enough for imposter syndrome, so it doesn't affect me. Don't worry. Like, my secret is that I'm always genuine. The excitement you see in my eyes when I talk about a TTRPG, or the embarrassment when I get complimented, is genuine. And realness, performing realness, and affecting actual vulnerability and connection is a skill. Not acting, because I'm not presenting a false facade of who I am. I am demonstrating to you and basically bearing real parts of myself, genuine facets of my personality and my psyche that are most interesting and conducive to a entertainment sphere, right? And I think that's what a lot of content creators do or need to do, which is present your real authentic self, but in a interesting and entertaining way, as opposed to listen, if you knew everything about me, you would be so disappointed. So that's why I have to keep an air of mystery. Imposter syndrome can't hurt you if you're actually an imposter. Imposter. Amogus. But for real though, are you even good enough to have imposter syndrome? Why do you think you have the right to deserve imposter syndrome? See, that's the thing. I gave up my imposter syndrome for con man syndrome. Do I deserve the growth that I've had? No. I have fooled all of you into thinking I'm more talented and creative than I am. I'm not an imposter. I'm a genius con man. I have fooled you. And you're eating out of the palm of my hand. I just need to keep this up, and eventually I'll get to the point where I actually am talented enough. See, that's the thing. Delulu is the Salulu. I keep making jokes about it because it keeps being true. Are you implying you aren't actually a mob boss? Let's not say that. Let's not go that far. How do you think I got to being a mob boss? I am genuinely curious. How would people feel about a lore video? Because I've been very upfront about I have no VTuber lore. When I say lore video, I mean VTuber lore. I have talked about lore in my world, in my setting before. I mean VTuber lore in terms of like about the character, about the model, whatever. Because I have not made any of this myself. This was all ascribed to me by the community. But I have ideas for how I could actually frame it in a cohesive narrative that would be real to myself while still being in line with what has been ascribed to me. You would eat out of the palm of someone? Why did I phrase it like that? Imagine how many people would... History class, they're called IRL lore class. That's such a good idea. Wait, I'm stealing that. That's such a good idea. Honestly, not really my original idea. It's just Lane taught me that separation of internet vessel and real life self will help keeping you sane. Help keep you sane. Well, that's the thing, right? I'm a big fan of compartmentalization. My work life is separate from my personal life, is separate from my family life, is separate from my love life, is separate from my creative life. Right? I'm someone that likes to draw little boxes and put them around different aspects of my life. So people at work generally don't know what's going on with my family. People in my family don't really know what's going on in content creation. People in content creation don't really know what's going on personally. I like to keep that segmentation. Not only does it keep me safe, I'm also just a private person. I am someone who, if you ask any other content creator who I'm close with, they will probably say that I haven't revealed much about myself to them, and that they have revealed more to me than I have revealed to them. There's a few exceptions, but broadly speaking, I think I tend to know more about the people in my life than I give up because I'm just a private person. But I still care about these people. I still think they're cool, and I still appreciate them and their impact on my life. It's just, I have told one person my birthday. I've told one person, a different person, how old I am. One person knows where I live. And even then, it's not specific. They just know a general idea. So like I like to segment, which by their powers combined, they can dox me. Does anyone know my name? Nearly. Is there any better narrative than those that come from a large group of random people just having a laugh? I don't think so. That's pretty good. Gym class is actually a language class because you have to try and understand the rules of whatever weird game they decide to play. Bestie never getting doxxed. That's the thing. I understand that by being a public figure, like real talk, and this is not encouraging anyone to do anything. This is literally just how it is. Any public figure can pretty easily get doxxed. Any public figure, even if you don't put out your real actual full name, even if you don't put out your real actual address, even if you don't have any identifying information and you're like a VTuber, your voice is out there, your personality is out there. There are people, does anyone remember this? There's like a senator who was found out to have been commenting on like an NSFW website because even though it was fully like anonymous, they used a comparative dictionary to see what words he used, in what frequency and what phrases he used. And one of them was like, oh, he doesn't give a frog's fat ass. And like this one random chant, like this one comment on an NSFW site from a specific user used that phrasing. And then that senator in a tweet used that exact same phrasing in the exact same way, adding credence to the fact that the senator was that commenter. And then that commenter on that NSFW site was saying a bunch of like heinous racist stuff. So no, that's it. That's the thing. It is such detective work. And there will always be one person willing to do it. If you have any degree of notoriety, there will always be at least one person who's willing to put in that detective work. You're so screwed if you divulge so much information online. Your digital footprint is the biggest sword of Damocles. That's the thing, right? Like, I keep myself private. I try to keep myself safe. Well, I'm not trying to do that, but I am keeping myself safe. And it's something where no matter what I do, by making myself public, I can never be private fully. And that's scary. That's genuinely kind of scary. And I understand that is unlikely, particularly at my size. I think that it's once you start hitting like hundreds of thousands, you have to start worrying about that. Because that's when, even if 0.1% of your audience is crazy, that's like 10 people. And 10 crazy people is a lot of crazy people. And I should mention crazy as in unreasonable and irrational, not crazy as in making a judgment on mental health. But if 0.1% of your audience is going to be unreasonable, irrational, parasocial, once you hit like 100K, that's like 10 people. Unless 0.01, that'd be 1%, 10%, 100. Am I stupid? No, so that'd be 0.01. So that's 0.01, 0.1, 1. No, I was right. Aha! Sorry. L Death Note. Yeah, I need to torch this identity and make a new one at this point. Whoa. Someone's going to be discovered to be the worst thing a politician. Okay. Imagine. I shut down my channel. And then, but I don't like delete it or anything. Or I do delete it, but it's on like the Wayback Machine. I torch my channel and then suddenly I start running for, like in politics. And then you're just like, huh, isn't man, why is this politician saying pog so much? Why do they sound familiar? And then you go back on the Wayback Machine and you see that they were a VTuber. Like, I'm going to be the next Matt Pat. I'm going to be the next going into politics after leaving my YouTube career. I just need to get like 20,000 or 20 million subscribers in the next 10 years. I have a fatal flaw of being a commenter on the internet, but I don't usually hit the like button on content. I rather just comment on how much I like something. I comment a lot, it's bad. Okay. What I will say, views are nice. Likes are appreciated. Comments unironically make my day. Like, I'm very open about the fact that, I mean, you know this. I respond to as many comments as I can. The only ones I don't are ones where I explicitly do not want to encourage the comment being made. So generally, I will try to heart everything. But if someone is being like transphobic, I will not heart their comment. I'll usually respond to them because they're just like, what are you, a boy or a girl? I'll give them an honest answer. I'll tell them I'm non-binary. I've had people who genuinely were like, what is non-binary? So that's part of why what I was talking about earlier. I don't want to just write off people and assume that they're being jerks. Sometimes I have people who are not jerks. Most of the time they are jerks. And that's when I just disengage, bow out. I got my free engagement, bye. But I try to heart everything unless it is someone like being a jerk or they're just being lol xd so random is something that I really don't encourage on my comments. It's just, I would rather have a good, healthy comment section than one filled with spam. And I understand that I can't control that, but I can at least guide it. And there's certain people who will make comments just unrelated to what is happening. And those I try not to engage with, at least best I can. But yeah, so comments make my day. I will... like, if I see a video got a bunch of views, that's good. That means it's healthy, right? That is a sign of growth. Likes, generally, we're running the 10 to 20%, which is honestly incredible. Particularly when you keep in mind that views are every time the video starts, it's not engaged views anymore. So realistically, and this is wild to me, if a video gets 10,000 views, generally that means it played 10,000 times. Now, if you were scrolling in your shorts feed and you scroll to it and then you immediately scroll past it, that counts as a view. You didn't watch it, it counts as a view. That's not an engaged view though. Engaged views is you watch a substantial amount of it. So generally, engaged views are about half. So that's like 5,000 views. So of people, and again, reminder, that every time the video starts, it counts as a view. So if I watch it all the way through and then it auto loops back because that's what shorts do, it will count as 2 views, but I only watched it engaged wise one time. So generally engaged views is about half of total views. This 10,000 video might have 2,000 likes. Or probably, let's be real, it's probably like 1.2K, right? Something like that. That means like 20% of people who watched the video engaged, who actually watched through the video, ended up liking it, which is insane for me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, to me, that means 1 in 5 people, about, maybe it's 1 in 10, between 1 in 10 and 1 in 5 people saw this video and were like, That's not just good for the algorithm. That also just means genuinely, I should make more of this. But comments. Comments is what makes me feel like there's a community. Likes and views are good for algorithmic engagement. Comments are as well. But when I make a short and I hear people talk about their TTRPG experiences, or holy heck, when I started Arrow Answers, and immediately it kind of became a community discussion board, I was so happy because I'll make a video talking about what happened, like what would I get up to if I could summon a horde of goblins at will. Everyone starts talking about what they'd do with their goblins. I talk about my thoughts on the ship of Theseus. Everyone starts giving me their thoughts on the ship of Theseus. That sort of communication is not just engagement. I'm going to be real with you. It is engagement. It is good for the algorithm, and I appreciate that. But so Arrow Answers is a series I do where I take questions from either the Discord or from YouTube comments or from a forum that I have that you can submit questions anonymously, and I give an answer. And it's just 20 to 50 seconds of me talking about a topic. And generally people will respond in kind and give their own thoughts and espouse off of what I've said. And there was one where, and outside of it just being engagement, outside of it just helping the algorithm, these comments make it feel like it's a group of people who all have a vested interest in connecting, which is pretty pog. But then also there was the one where I talked about my bucket list. And not to get cringe on you, but I talked about some struggles that I've had in my life and how happy I am to have what I have now and to create content and have a connection with the community. And I got overwhelming support from the comments, which I wasn't really expecting. Basically, the question was like, hey, what's on the top of your bucket list? And I'm like, I don't really have a bucket list. I've had various things I've wanted to do over time, but I guess if you had to ask me, I want it to be helping others in their struggles, because I had my struggles and I felt like I didn't have anyone. So I want to kind of pay it forward in the same way that I managed to get by, which is by stuff like YouTube, stuff like the content creators, being able to assist myself by distracting myself and entertaining myself. And a bunch of people were like, oh my gosh, like, yes, that's so good of you. Thank you. Keep doing that. And I don't think it's that big a deal. I don't think it's that major of a thing, but it is something where I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting half as positive a response as I got. Why does this political grumble when they're complimented? And why does it sound so familiar? Why am I political? Yeah, because you view a video just by watching it and anyone can like a video, but comments take heart. Exactly. And like, I'm not going to lie. There's at least one comment that has to be a bot, right? I don't know who. I don't know which one of you it is. I'm sure there's at least one bot in the community that's commenting, and I think they're a real person. I don't know. I don't have guesses, but I'm assuming that there's at least one, which would be very funny if I've been having a back and forth with a bot and thinking it was an actual comment. Horror one-shot ideas for Lancer/combat focus game, not being able to rely on roleplay as much. Whew. Let me drink some water. Sorry, I saw Imposter Among Us in chat. I don't know. So I don't have a soundboard on Discord, which I'm so sad by. I want to have this loop through Discord and I need to look into doing that. But, gosh, my voice. I do have it on OBS, which I find very funny. I need to use it more often. Kono dio da! You're a bot? Listen, you can be a bot. We have plenty of bots in chat. We're really lacking on tops, but he'll figure it out. Horror and Lancer having to manually flush out a rat infestation. Okay. Horror in combat. How do you run horror in a combat-oriented system such as Lancer or D&D? Surprisingly, the answer is not to just make a monster that's super scary, because the point of a combat game is that the players have agency. The core fantasy behind Lancer or D&D is that your player characters are awesome and they can overcome trials in front of them. No matter how scary your monster is, you should not be able to punch Cthulhu, because it's not scary to overcome something triumphantly. What I would do is I would work with your players to figure out what are they interested in scary-wise. And I don't mean, oh, one of my players is scared of bugs, is scared of spiders, so I'm going to have them fight a biological tagged assault enemy that looks like a giant spider. Because that's creepy, that's spooky, that's not scary. You want to scare your players. So what you need to do is you need to be comfortable breaking the bounds of unreality. That is to say, the game should not be the sandbox you are playing in. The game should be lines in the sand on a beach. There is more beyond what the game can offer. And you are going to subject your players to that. What do I mean by that? For instance, I had the False Hydra that I ran recently where I legitimately, out of game, gaslit my player. With their prior consent. I talked about them and did lines and veils and all of that first. But I actually, unironically, full stop, gaslit my player into questioning the reality of the game. In something like Lancer or D&D, where combat is so involved, the powerlessness you can feel when something does not conform to the mechanics typical to the medium is one of the most powerful tools in your arsenal. If you want to run horror in D&D or Lancer, don't throw a big giant monster that looks spooky scary and goes ooga booga at them. Throw something that does not obey the other laws of the unreality the players are engaging with. Have it break mechanics in ways that don't make sense, and when the players call you on it, explain to them that they are constrained to the reality of the game. This creature is not. Your players will either be pissed because they're like rules lawyers and they don't like having fun, or they will go, holy heck, we got to deal with this now. And yeah, you won't be able to give them nightmares, which you shouldn't, right? I don't think that scaring your players should involve nightmare fuel. I think it should involve making them question their agency in the game, right? Because what is scarier than powerlessness? Scary in Lancer, combat without their frame. That's the thing. Combat without your frame in Lancer is awesome. It's thrilling. It is adrenaline pumping because you know you can die any minute. You're going to jockey onto a mech. You're going to tear out its systems, shoot into it Titanfall style. Oh no, they just deployed mines. That means you need to get off. You have to activate your jump boost, get out of the way. You barely failed your save, so now you're at 3 health. You only have 3 health remaining. That's awesome. That's not scary. But if you're in your mech and you're shooting at something And every time a bullet hits into it, a bleeding pustule forms on the mech you're shooting. And you realize that not only are you not dealing damage, you are also dealing heat to yourself. What does that mean? And when the creature that is the false facsimile of a mech suit that you just shot and barraged into approaches you, it dissolves into your mech and clears all of your heat. What just happened? Okay, I got to do a full system purge. I'm going to shut down my mech. I'm going to restart it. Your mech doesn't shut down. Are we dealing with like an NHP? Is this paracausal? No. It just refuses to shut down. What do? Like, if you trap a player in their mech, if you trap a Lancer in their mech, not even if they're in a Manticore, just you trap them in their mech, don't use the threat of death as a means to frighten players. Because not only is there that subconscious understanding of, I'm safe no matter what. My player might die, I'm safe, so I'm not scared. But also, there's that other subconscious thought of, well, the GM's not going to kill my character. My character isn't going to die. I'm playing my character to play my character. I don't want my character to die, so we're not going to have a character death. So I'm safe in-game too. Character death should not be what you use to try and frighten your players. If you want to run a horror game in a combat-oriented system like Lancer or D&D, break the bounds of the unreality your players are engaging with. That's why I like doing homebrew. I want to break the universe to understand the universe. And yes, I want to make a license, which is, what if you're just a person? What if you were just a person is the Caliban? The Caliban doesn't do anything that is superhuman. It doesn't do anything that would be unreasonable for just a normal guy. The fear of being a civilian and seeing the mech that is your only chance of survival, the monster being broken apart in front of you, or being cramped in the cockpit of a mech while fighting a demon. So that's the thing. When running horror, when running horror in a combat-oriented system like Lancer or D&D, removing agency from the players is your best bet, but you have to do it carefully. Because how many times does a player have their agency removed and then they just disengage? Right? Don't think of this as a GM. Don't think of this as, this would be cool narratively. Oh man, this would be so awesome for a plot, or this would be such a cool monster design. Players don't see that. Players see, how do I engage with this? If I go from being super awesome, heavy hitter, ideal, amazing, incredible melee damage, and I'm untouchable in the front line. You took away my weapon? Okay, I'm just gonna stop caring. I'm gonna go on my phone. Tell me when my weapon comes back to me, because I can't do anything until then. That's the response most players have. And I think that is an immature response. I think that is a response of a player who has never GM'd before, personally. But I think that is a common response. If things don't go the way you want, to just check out. So assuming you don't have that, removing agency is your best way to invoke fear in players, which might involve trapping them in their mech, might involve their mech being destroyed in front of them. But you have to kind of navigate that communication issue first. You've hit your players with a haunted house full of meat, a doppelganger, and several dilemmas of different types. And yeah, the things where I push them in narrative worked best. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, the question is specifically asking for combat. So I'm trying to do, I'm kind of doing my best here to make a combat scary. I feel as though horror is not a combat experience. I feel like powerlessness, lack of agency, is the best means of It's the best vehicle by which you can transmit horror, and combat inherently gives as much agency as possible to the players. Scariest thing outside of powerlessness is fear of the unknown. I think that depends on person. But what would you say fear of the unknown is outside of powerlessness in the face of lack of information? I would say fear of the unknown is the fear you will be powerless. The powerlessness to act because you have no information about what is out there, right? I'm kind of using powerlessness broadly. It's also relying on the party too. That's very fair. A party. Like, quick reminder for anyone who doesn't know. A group will almost never be down for everything. Every time you have a group, it will have some things it has a preference for. Whether that is, we're a group that loves combat. We're a group that loves it when the game is silly. We're a group that loves kicking down the door and fighting monsters. We're a group that loves min-maxing. We're a group that loves narrative and RP. We're a group that loves dating sims. Like, if you have a group that loves combat, narrative RP, min-maxing, and silliness, to have them run through a very dramatic horror story is probably not the right call. Because that's not silly. That's not combat oriented. That can be narrative and RP focused, but they want a silly narrative and RP. And they want to chill with their friends. None of that really computes. And like the min-maxing, that doesn't really compute with, what's it called? Horror. The best TTRPG game I ever played was a 1-week session of werewolf mystery, no combat, no rules, everybody just talking character. At some point there was a horror section, it was so good. I mean, some of the most fun I had with werewolf, the Apocalypse, was when I was driving across the country with my roommate. We were just in the car and we were just talking. They had a dice roller on their phone that maybe once an hour, if that, they would roll one check, but primarily it was just talking. They would have abilities that they would use. They would be able to shapeshift by using rage, which is why they would roll like rage. Why is my desk so cold? Holy heck. Sorry, I just felt my desk and it's like, wow. I got distracted. I think I'm dumb. Like, I touched my desk. My desk is wood. And I touched like the back of my hand to it. And now I'm just like stimming on it. Like, why is it so cold? Why did this shut off my brain? I do not remember what I was talking about before. I'm not going to lie. I fully had a factory reset. Like, wow. What was I talking about? Cold desk, cold heart. I got hit with the overstimulation ray. Oh wait, your roommate came with you all the way from New York area to the West Coast? Yeah. We're roommates now. And we have other roommates that we live with now. I've known this person for years. We were talking horror combats. Yes. Why roommate? Oh, I was talking about Werewolf the Apocalypse, right? And how dice rolling in the car? False desk hydra? No, I wasn't talking about the false hydra. I really did shut off. No, like, no, I was talking about Werewolf the I was talking about like in the car. Very rarely roll the die. I'm sorry. I got hit by that overstimulation, right? It was mainly right. It was mainly talking. I'm sorry. I don't need to delete that. Never mind. No, come back. The desk factory reset. No, literally, I got factory reset because I was just like, oh, the desk is cold. Yeah, just talking to each other mostly in game. I don't know what else to add. Scale combat. I don't know. Some of the most fun I had was World of the Apocalypse, where I was just talking because I got a lot of horror. I subjected them to a false Hydra. Okay, I don't think I've talked about this story yet. I've talked about multiple stories from the werewolf game. So, buckle in. They're part of the Sept. In World of the Apocalypse, you are a Garrow, you are a werewolf, you are a shape changer chosen by Luna, the moon. But you can shapeshift at will. And Garrow werewolves organize into groups called septs, and packs form within the larger sept. So in the sept, there is a Garrow called Leaps from High. This is one of the first, if not the first, Garrow that Silverpaw was the name of the character at the time. They have now since changed their name to Speaks with Banes, but Silverpaw at the time met Leaps from High and got to know him, kind of bonded with him initially, but eventually it turns out Leaps from High and his pack were talking with vampires. And their goal was to get information about the vampires of the nearby city and keep the Garrow out of it. But they didn't tell the rest of the Sept. So, the leader of the Sept took Leaps from High and put him in Chagrin. Basically, it's like honorable timeout. It is, you no longer have honor. You are now considered shamed. You must redeem yourself in some capacity. Not a good time. And then Leaps from High's pack decided to defend him, and they also got put in Chagrin. So Leaps from High, his entire pack, they're on Chagrin. Anyway, he doesn't really care. He is still, like, he stops talking to the vampires. He doesn't deal with them. But Silverpaw, my roommate's character, decided that that was a good thing to do, the talking to the vampires, but should have talked to the rest of the Sept first. So the broad sentiment is, okay, these vampires, these bloodsuckers, these leeches, we can use them. At least that's what they thought. So Leaps is like acting as an advisor to Silverpaw. Leaps is stops talking to the vampires, but then eventually Leaps just goes missing. And this is a character who was one of the first people that Silverpaw connected with, was one of the first people who Silverpaw met. What? The desk is so cold. No, I need to stop touching it. I got distracted again. What was I talking about? Leaps? Leaps was one of the first characters that Silverpaw met and interacted with and learned, oh my gosh, my voice, and learned from. But eventually, I see all of the people in chat just clowning on me about the desk. Yes. Do not the desk. How dare you? No, Leaps did not have a friend called Bounds, but that would be very funny. So Leaps goes missing. And this is after a pretty tumultuous relationship that he has with Silverpaw, because Leaps is an advisor. He eventually becomes a friend. He then gets called out for talking to the vampires, and Silverpaw's like, bro, you really shouldn't have done that. And then the way Leaps responds is Leaps feels like he's being attacked. So he kind of responds negatively to being put into Chagrin. So that kind of adds additional strain. And Silverpaw wants to talk to Leaps about it, but Leaps isn't talking. So he's like, bro, just talk to me about this. So Leaps goes missing. Everyone's like, ugh, where could he have gone? He's not at home. He's not where the rest of the Sept is. No one's seen him or talked to him in like 24 hours. Huh. Weird. So Silverpaw goes over to Leap's house and is like, hey, have you seen this guy? And he's like, yeah, I've seen him. Because for whatever reason, the way I handle spirits is that they all have their own ways of speech and communicating. Some are verbal, some are nonverbal. Really just based off entirely what vibes I have at the time. And this particular street that Silver decided to speak with was kind of a bit of a tit for tat quid pro quo, you know? Like, you tell me something I want, you do something for me, we have a rub each other's backs kind of deal. Listen, we can all help each other out here, or you can get step into another road down the lane, you know? You know what I'm saying? And that's the kind of the vibe I was going for. So Silverpaw deals with this road, learns that Leaps has not been there for like 24 hours. And the last time the road saw Leaps it was like Jersey vibes, yeah. He like went downtown. So Silver's like, oh, weird. So he follows and he finds Leaps' car parked in a parking lot. He goes, huh, that's weird. Someone else from the Sept contacts him and is like, hey, apparently Leaps had contact with this other individual. You should go to their store. And Paul's like, wait, the store? That's right by where his car is. So they figure out the store is like a pizza place. They find out the store is a pizza place, it's a glass place. It is a glass window repair shop, which Paw had actually interacted with before. And Paw is super suspicious. It's middle of the night. Breaks in through the front door because it's already unlocked. What? That's weird. But goes in through the back. It is a bare bones. Why is this? I need to stop touching my desk. It's bare bones, right? So it's bare bones. There's like there's a front desk that you can talk to someone at the front office. Like, it's a small business, so you can talk at the main counter. And in the back, there's materials for replacing windows. But that's all there is. There's no bathroom. There's no break room. There's no office. There's nothing. There's just a set of stairs going down into the basement. And Paw goes into the basement. He has like his packmate with him. It's two of them. And they see that there's a glowing red light from within. Paw looks into the Umbra, looks past the gauntlet into the spirit realm, and sees that the entire room down here has flesh-covered walls, pulsating, bleeding, eyes in the eyes between where the stones are as they form the mortar. And he's like, that doesn't sound good. And then what they do is they hear a wolf howl and a scream. And I believe I described it like the sound of a soul being ripped from a body. And they sprint in. And what it turns out is that Leaps. Let me Werewolf MTG. Let me grab a piece of art. Right. So you have Leaps, right? You have a circle on the floor that he is stuck within. He has a silver manacle on each hand, holding him to the floor. There is a vampire here. There is a vampire here. There's also another one here, which is facing him. So, POV, this is your perspective. You see this. You rush in, one of them runs forward, slams into this vampire. This vampire gets pushed into Leaps, and like Leaps is gelatin, the vampire slides into his flesh, oddly. And what ends up happening is that this was a ritual where they do you know what Stolen Moon is? Anyone? They took Leaps a werewolf, a Garo, a chosen of Luna. They killed him. They drained his blood. They removed his spirit from his pelt, and they carved into him to basically flay a cut that allowed his pelt to be worn. And a vampire then literally got pushed into it, was going to put it on anyway, but got pushed into it. And now a vampire had the ability to turn into the Krynos war form as well as a normal wolf, and was fighting werewolves as a vampire werewolf alongside like vampire blood mages assisting in this ritual. Needless to say, main character Kun, Pa, managed to win, but this is a horrific scene because the player picked up what was happening, but the character didn't. So they basically get the rest of the sept to all converge. They all like corner this like vampire werewolf, and they're like, "What'd you do to him?" And then the vampire goes like, "I am him." And they're like, no, what happened to Leaps? And they're like, "You're looking at him." And they're like, "Stop joking around," or like, "We're gonna kill you." And they're like, "Well, you can kill me all you want. Not gonna bring him back." They're like, "What do you mean not gonna bring him back?" And it was probably 10 minutes of the sept and the player character coming to terms with the fact that their friend was not just gone, but his corpse was defiled and turned into a weapon against them. Because the entire session leading up to this, that was when it's like, okay, where's Leaps? Why is the road saying that he went downtown? Wait, why is his car here? Wait, this glass place, I've been here before. It's actually a front? What's in the basement? And then then the climax happens. Don't know what the worst part is. They kill the vampire. They remove the pelt. They have the pelt. They say, okay, we'll bring him back to the cairn. This is the meeting point. This is where all of the Garo meet at the sept. It's tradition that for someone who dies in the sept, you burn their body in the fire that is at the cairn. It is symbolic. It is very important to the sept, to the culture that they have formed. And it is a spirit in the fire that they have a deal with. The spirit will protect the cairn. It will burn their corpses to like help them remember. It will allow them to tell the stories of their fallen, which is very important in Garo culture. Do you remember about that little instance where Leaps was put in chagrin? There's a clause in the pact with the fire that if you are subjected to chagrin and you die, you are not allowed to be burned in the fire. And you are forgotten. If you die in chagrin, you have brought dishonor upon your pack and the sept, and the only way to redeem yourself then is to be forgotten and to not undergo funerary rites. So suddenly, my player blows up and is so pissed at the idea of this guy who was the first one to find him, was a early friend, made mistakes, but ultimately was trying his best. They went on adventures together. This was in story 2, after a full story of being introduced to the world of Garo. This was the opener to story 2 before the False Hydra. And the player like lost it and was going bonkers crazy at the idea of Leaps not being honored or remembered and having to be forgotten. All of the other sept members were also freaking out, but the leader of the sept was like, hey, I don't like it either, but this is how it is. So they nearly got into a fight. They nearly deposed the leader because Leaps was a friend. He deserved to be remembered. He deserved to be honored. And the only way that they managed to get it done is they renegotiated the pact with the fire. where should a member of the sept die while in chagrin, they are allowed to be remembered, they are allowed to be given the proper funerary rites, but every single day for a week after, you must bring forward the corpse of a powerful bane to burn in the fire. Right? So it's the idea that to make up for the fact that the fire is lowering itself to burning someone in chagrin, because the fire has an ego. The fire has a very strong personality. It sees itself as superior. To lower itself to burning and honoring one in chagrin, you must honor the fire by giving it banes. So luckily, it resolved as amicably and peaceably as you could, but genuinely, in the car with my player, they threatened to crash my car because they were so pissed off by the idea of this scenario happening, which that was horror. That was not spooky, scary horror. That was losing someone you care about. That was a little bit of gore. That was a little bit of in-your-face squeamish horror, but it was primarily just, this sucks. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that doesn't really have to do with in a combat-oriented game, but that is another instance of horror that I did. I have done a lot of horror in my recent games. What do you make a villain? What do you do when you make a villain for a TTRPG and you end up liking them way more than you thought, and now you don't want to kill them off? Okay. Other story time. More story time. High stakes road trip horror. No, see, that's the thing, right? TTRPGs, maybe it's just because like they're my special interest. They made a cross-country road trip not just bearable, but like legitimately really fun. We were driving like 8 hours a day plus. Some days we drove like 14 hours. But when you're playing TTRPGs, no, not adorable. No, just, I'm ranting. I'm rambling. I'm not stop talking. That's not adorable. That is annoying. That is frustrating. Why are you watching this? But maybe it's because it's my special interest. This made it so fun to be stuck in a car because we didn't have anything else other to do than to play TTRPGs. Because like we'd already been chatting for a while. And music wise, I'm not big on music. My roommate is super big on music. But if we're in the mountains, if we're out in the middle of nowhere, we don't have service. Yeah, so if I like a villain, story time. Let me tell you about Javetto. I still remember the name. So Javetto was a monk. And this was a game where the party shipped out to a new continent in a town, like a frontier town, right? That was the premise. And it's on the coast. They're dealing with monsters inside. They're dealing with like UNT. They're dealing with tribes of lycanthropes. And something that was happening was that I believe it was marrow in the water. It might have been merfolk, but there's some aquatic species. No. It was Sahuagin. I forgot. Sahuagin. It was Sahuagin coming from the water, raiding the town, and they had with them a monk who I think was a Triton monk called Javetto. Meant to be a one-off. Meant to show up, fight them a bit, run off. They were like level 3, so Javetto was like also like level 4 with some Sahuagin. Turns out, when you have a monk, it's really hard to kill them if they run away. So what happened is that in the first fight, Javetto gets down to like 10 HP or whatever, less than 10 HP. Bonus action, or main action, disengage, bonus action, dash, sprints back into the water, safe. And the party's like, you coward. Then, raids again. Gevetto comes back. Punch, 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 punch. Oh no, I'm at low health. Let me disengage, run away. They're like, oh, seriously? You coward? They go into the water. They like go through a portal. They fight a giant shark. Because of course they do. And they're fighting Sahuagin. And they also fight Gevetto again. And they're like, hey, you gonna run away again this time? And he's like, maybe. And then they fight, punch, 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 punch. He gets really low. He runs away, doesn't leave the field. They're like, kill him before he runs. They chase after him. And then he manages to get away. They never killed Gevetto because every single time they fought him, he would just run away. And that was not an instance where I liked him. That was not an instance where I wanted to keep him around. That was an instance where I saw an opportunity the very first time, and then the players built their own narrative in their own head about how he's a coward and how much they hate him and how annoying he is to deal with. So it was just repeatedly him showing up, doing some damage, getting burst down, and then them trying everything in their power to confirm the kill, and it never working. But if it's an instance where it's legitimately a villain I like, and what was it? And I don't want to kill him off. I consider, why do I like them? And then I keep that. I like this villain because they are really cool and imposing. I like this villain because of their vibes. Versus I like this villain because they're connected to the character and because there's a lot of dramatic potential for them. Which is also different from, I like this because of their personality. Like, none of these are, they did a cool thing. None of these are Gevetto, for instance, where the reason Gevetto stuck around is because he kept doing something that stuck him around. But if I'm a villain, for instance, the Vorpal Sword short that I made recently, where like the right-hand man got killed and oh no, I liked how cool and imposing and vibes they were. Well, guess who had a secret twin that also works for the villain? Right? Oh, they're connected to the players, but the players never found out. Guess someone else is the father of the person that killed the ranger's pet 10 years ago. You know, like, when you have a villain, they are not meant to stick around indefinitely. I would go so far as to say villains should not even have plot armor. I think villains should be smart. I think if a villain wants to survive, they should leave when they think they're going to die, like Gevetto, for instance. But I don't think if you have, like, Ortholax, the destroyer of worlds and conqueror of cities, who fights the party at level 3, and you want Ortholax to be the big bad of, like, when they're level 9, and then the party gets really lucky, and Ortholax is rolling terribly, and Ortholax dies. You don't need to say Ortholax survives to make them come back later. You can just say, okay, Ortholax dies, but then there's also this guy called Binstrad, the Defiler, who was the second in command to Orthodax, and now is rising up to take the world even greater than Ortholax ever did. And suddenly you have, because of what you did, the players feel like they made, like, Burstrad. Because they did. But Burstrad mechanically is just Ortholax. Burstrad narratively fills the same role as Ortholax. Burstrad has the same backstory that Ortholax did. Save yourself the work, right? Don't focus on telling the perfect story. Focus on telling the story that the game is lending itself to. That means go with the dice. That means go with your players. That means focus on what the players want to see and don't focus on what they don't want to see. If they don't care about Ortholax and Burstrad and they care more about Boblin the Goblin and his failing cobbler shop, focus on the cobbler shop. And then right when the players manage to get the cobble shop back up on its feet, turns out Burstrad is a noble that comes by and says, sorry, I'm gerrymandering this district, and by the new zoning laws, you can't have a business here. Now the players care, right? Now that had nothing to do with Ortholax or the Destroyer of Worlds or the Defiler of Cities or whatever, but the players care way more, right? So don't spend your energy trying to force a narrative. Allow the dice to kill your villains. Allow your players to cling onto random NPCs. So make the players fight a bloodline of the same guy. Got it, I will do that. I mean, personally, what I do, I raw dog it, right? I do fully original stuff. But also that's because I have a special type of... Sorry, I sneezed so hard I bounced. You had a bit of Quantum Ogre boss. That's what I'm saying. I'm describing Quantum Ogres. Because Quantum Ogres is a means of saving yourself the work and effort that would otherwise be unreasonable. I love this. I love making stat blocks, writing NPC backstories, fitting in narrative reasons. If you kill Ortholax, I won't just make Burstrad, who is Ortholax but with a mask on. I will make Burstrad, who is a actual, literal, different character that has their own motivations separate from Ortholax. You will be able to still learn about Ortholax, see how that compares to Burstrad, what Ortholax did and how that can help you defeat Burstrad. I love doing that. But I also have the time and the inclinations, I'll say, to be charitable. Boblin the Goblin wants the players to give him flowers so he can give to Joan the gnome. Wait, that's so cute. So I must raw dog my villain. Dang, ain't gonna tell me twice. He bad as heck. Quantum Ogres are great as long as it's not obvious. I mean, that's the thing. I don't like Quantum Ogres, personally. But I understand they're a useful tool. Much in the same way that I don't like random encounter tables, but I see them as a useful tool to random encounter tables. I see them as a useful tool. When I make a dungeon, the way my brain works, I want to know behind the door on the right is the defaced shrine that has a troglodyte in it, and behind the door to the left, there's a subterranean lake that has marrow inside of it. Those are actual dungeon rooms that I made for the mega dungeon. I don't want to say, okay, the next room the players encounter is going to have the troglodyte in the shrine because I want that to be set up for the Screaming Monsters room up ahead because that will add credence to the narrative of the backstory, blah, blah, blah. No, I want it to be a place. I want the encounters to have meaning within that place. But that's just me. I have the time for that. And I'm not going to pretend that that's not a privilege and luxury. I have the investment in that. And honestly, at this point, like, it is a massive relaxation for me. I love writing. I love creation. This is not just a hobby. This is my lifestyle. And working on TTRPG stuff is effectively leisure for me. Particularly because with content creation, kind of theory crafting and being advisory and accessible for the hobby is something I treat more as I gotta do this, right? Because that's what the channel's about. But when I make my own stuff for me and my games, ooh, that's exciting. That reignites the burst. That gets me excited about TTRPGs. Had a side villain who was trusted lieutenant for a big bad. They survived 3 lethal combats. So for the finale, I swapped them in for another character and made the combat hit harder. Instead of being a standoff between 2 faction leaders, did the suave, untouchable jerk get jumped by his own bodyguard? Okay. That makes me think of Shadow of Mordor. I don't know how many of you have played Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War. The Nemesis system is so good. I'm so sad that it's copyrighted. But the Nemesis system allows for random stuff like that. Unfortunately, it really doesn't happen without your input. But there are absolutely times where character X will be fighting character Y, and then because you're involved, character Z, who is character X's bodyguard, will backstab them. And then suddenly it turns out you control character Y, you control character Z, and then also you're here. So now it's a 3-on-1. It's so fun. It's so cool. Gosh. I played Shadow of War. Whew. I played Shadow of War like 5 years ago. 6 years ago. No. 6 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, 6 years ago, because I waited like a year or two after playing it. That was not a good time in my life. Yeah, I have mixed feelings on this game because of the associations with stuff going on in my life. What is the essence of horror in regard to TTRPGs? I think I kind of already talked about this. If you want horror in a TTRPG, it comes down first to expectations. What do your players want from the game? What are they looking for? How are they going to react to the different things you do? And then it's a matter of removing agency, which is why you have a conversation about expectations first, because it's hard to have effective horror where the players feel in control and that they have agency. But it's also very easy for a player to get disengaged and check out from a game where they don't have agency, if that's not what they're expecting. If you go in to Call of Cthulhu wanting to be a badass detective who solves the case and like overthrows the cult, you're probably not going to have a good time, because Call of Cthulhu is not about that. If you play Kane and you want to be a badass Ardence exorcist who burns away the sins of the world, and you're struggling because your character has unresolved trauma that makes the idol able to prey on them easier, you might not have a good time because your expectations weren't set up. I think that's true for every TTRPG, but particularly for something like horror, right? It's an absolute shame it's copywritten. Exactly. Like, I loved it so much. It was so much fun. And I've heard it brought up. I think it would be perfect. A Batman game where all of the villains, much like Mr. Freeze in Arkham City, have the Nemesis system where they remember your interactions with them. And it would even work because in Batman, you don't kill them. They're not trying to kill you, at least most of the time. A lot of the villains do try to kill Batman. But for instance, if the Joker defeats you, it could be you have to run away. It could be he ties you up next to a clown bomb, and then the defeat animation is that you barely managed to cut out of it and escape, but the bomb blows up, right? Because you failed. Like, instead of being a ghost that constantly like comes back, the Grave Walker, you are someone who just doesn't die because you're Batman. That would be so cool. Dilemmas are my cheap trick for affecting player agency. Done well, you can narrow the options players will take without actually removing. That's the thing. That is a very subtle but effective means of doing it. So for instance, I don't know, that Slowboy loves birds, is obsessed with them, loves them, and Ignis will always jump at the chance to play the hero for like a cute girl. So if you have a scenario where you say, hey, do you want to go on hunt 1? Or do you want, like, in investigating this area, do you want to go to the area where it's a bank? Or do you want to go to the pet shop where the cute girl at the register is an expert on owls? Right? Like the bank where a suit executive is willing to speak with you, or the pet shop where a cute girl is going to talk to you about birds. Suddenly, based on your players, 2 of them are going to want to go here. So you can plan around them going here without actually doing anything here. Which means if you set up the ogre's miasma to be focused on the pet shop, that's going to be horrifying. And you can plan around that, right? So that's subtle, but you have to like know your players and you actually have to engage with it that way. Save extra life support equipment or more people. You don't have time for both unless you perfect roles. Easy drama. Exactly. 100%. Could I work a P? What? What superheroes could a Space Marine beat? Superheroes, by and large, are stupid. In the same way Space Marines are stupid, right? In the same way that if you have a hero that is from the golden age of comics, they will have literally more diversity in their power scaling than a Space Marine. A Space Marine probably could not beat most superheroes for the sole reason that some writer back in the 70s thought it'd be really cool if this one random B-list hero was like the cosmic harbinger or some nonsense, right? There are so many heroes where it's, oh, they've been a B-list hero their entire run. They had a brief stint in the 60s where they were kind of popular, so they joined the Avengers briefly, but then that failed, so then they got kicked back out. And then in a cameo in the 80s, they got the spider symbiote, like the Venom symbiote. And then it left them 2 issues later, right? And then that's all that they've done outside of being like a B-list hero that has one city where they really just deal with their 2 villains, each of whom is basically just a normal person with a gimmick. But even that is kind of stupid crazy, right? I think most can defeat a single Space Marine. Later, Orca. Hey, Aquari. So that's the thing, Elsa. Superheroes are stupid in the same way I'm saying Space Marines are stupid. I love Space Marines. I love superheroes, but they're stupid, right? And I don't even mean in like, oh, they're for kids. Oh, they're not mature. No, I mean in the way of like, with all of the Lazarus pits and the Infinity Gems and the anti-life equations and the different ways that you can just come back from the dead or get cosmic power, the web of truth, like life and destiny, all of these different, the one above all, the living tribunal, the watcher, like any of these multiversal things is just stupid. Space Marines are stupid. Okay, Space Marines are stupid and superheroes are stupid. I do think most superheroes can defeat a Space Marine. Even, like, I don't know. What? Who is a pretty regularly... Actually, well, okay. Like Cyclops. I don't think could defeat a Space Marine. Because I think his eye laser would probably be able to eventually take out Ceramite, but he'd get shot first. Meanwhile, someone like Jean Grey, even without the Phoenix, I think absolutely could, because telekinetic. And a Jean Grey telekinetic is much stronger than a Kane Exorcist telekinetic. Magneto would absolutely just destroy a Space Marine. However, I think Green Arrow couldn't, right? And I know I'm mostly talking DC, I'm mostly talking Marvel. Like Invincible, I've only seen seasons 1 and 2. I think Invincible could probably take on a Space Marine. Like Superman definitely could. Batman shouldn't be able to, but definitely could because plot armor. Like Batman has stronger plot armor than a named Ultramarine. That is my take. The phrase lovely and pointless appears in a comic book proposal by Alan Moore, where he describes Wonder Woman's invisible plane as just the sort of lovely and pointless idea we should encourage. That's what I mean when I say stupid, right? Lovely and pointless. The stats and scaling and power of a Space Marine is lovely and pointless. The sheer nonsense and breadth and depth of what superheroes get up to is lovely and pointless. He's the greatest detective, not a super soldier. I agree. However, if you ask most authors of Batman, it's the meme where it's like, listen, Batman with 10 minutes of prep can beat literally anything. And it's like, no, that's not how Batman should be. Batman should be a detective. He should be an icon. He should be able to lay traps and engage in subterfuge. He should not be a walking tank of a man that can fight off 10 goons at once while the Joker is like throwing laughing gas bombs at him. Like, yeah, that's cool. But Batman is at his strongest when he's not a frontline fighter, when he's a tactician, when he's a detective, when he is support, when he is Oracle for the Justice League, but in a more gadget sense, rather than just like tech and the overview, where he's actually in the fray with them, but he's throwing batarangs to disrupt the enemy formation, where he sets up charges to do controlled explosives to seal a tunnel, right? Beat off 10 goons. Number one detective, nearly everything else number two. I mean, it's kind of like how someone I actually do like that has the exact same kind of deal, Dr. Doom, is, I think, the second best. He's like the second smartest scientist. Scientist. He's the second greatest magician. He's the second richest. And it's just sort of like, he's the second smartest in the Marvel world, right after Reed Richards, but right above T'Challa. Or I believe in modern in modern Marvel, it is above Shuri. He's the second greatest magician right after Stephen Strange. He is the second richest right after Tony Stark. Like, he is second best, and that's his whole point. He's a character driven by spite and the desire to be better. Second best power armor, yeah. But number one dictator in our hearts. Aww. He'd win if he could study his opponent, but he'd eat a bolt shell, that's it. That's the thing. I think if you took Batman and you gave him like 20 minutes prep or whatever, like, oh, Batman 10 minutes of prep, Batman 15 minutes of prep, and you put him up against a Space Marine, and you gave him the element of surprise, like the Space Marine didn't know, I genuinely think the Space Marine would come out on top, personally. However, I think the question, well, so okay, there's a couple layers here. Who do I think should win based off power scaling? Space Marine, 100%. Who do I think would win 9 times out of 10? Batman. Batman would have the underdog buff. Whenever you have a versus story, it's almost always going to be that the underdog either wins or is about to win. If you have, let's say, I don't know, Batman v Superman. Clearly, Superman would instantly win the fight. So they have to make it as dramatic as possible where Batman either wins or is about to win against Superman, because that's more dramatic. That would sell better. Then there's also, if it is following DC, Batman always wins. I don't think Batman ever loses. And if he does lose, it's almost always he either immediately pivots to win, or it's, no, I was too late, Jason. Oh no, anyway, Tim Drake, hey. Right, like, and then even on the 40k side, if it's written from a 40k lens of a single Space Marine, Batman would be written to be like a demon. Space Marines have died in 40k before. So I think that even if it was from a 40k lens, it would be like a horror story where a single Space Marine is up against an insurmountable chaos demon, but it's just Batman. And I don't know. I don't think, therefore I do not am. I think Batman's strategy would be to conclude there's an even matchup for Superman and pick up the Batphone. I'm not saying a Space Marine would top Batman. Like, I'm not reading that fanfic. Batman can block out the warps with that technology he learned from the Tibetan monks. Oh, my hips just popped. I don't know if you heard that. Have any of you done that? Have you ever popped your hips? Okay, but we can all agree that nobody's outperforming Ushabti. Agreed, of course. Listen, the Ushabti deals 1 damage, and no rule in this or any other book oversees this. That includes other games and materials. So it deals 1 point of damage. However, what I've brought up is that 1 point of damage native to the system or 1 point of damage on the Lancer scale? I think it's 1 point of damage on the Lancer scale. So because in Lancer, humans have 1 hit point, the Ushabti autocannon can instantly insta-kill any normal human. No, I didn't make my hips lie. I once rotated my back in a way that popped every single vertebrae in sequence. That sounds incredible. Wait. That punk Primarch was basically Batman. Night Lords. You just call Conrad Kurz Batman? He's Batman if he had, like, unironically schizophrenic visions and killed people. Because the whole thing with Conrad Kurz is he could see the future, right? And he saw his own death. So he wanted to be vindicated, so he built his entire life around getting to the point where the future that he saw in his visions was going to come to pass. Unlike Sanguinius, who saw the good of the world. He saw good visions, so Sanguinius was just like, hey, if it happens, it happens. Yeah, Kurz is Batman in aesthetic, like Dark Knight, brooding, scary, but also in the sense of like ambush, fear. Would a Space Marine in power armor count as a size 1/2 mech? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because if you look at, for instance, let me grab you. If we look at the Goblin, so if this is your average person, right? Then this size 1/2 Goblin is about, I don't know, if they call this average person 6 feet, because assuming there's going to be a little bit of a growth spike over the next tens of thousands of years, if they're 6 feet, 182 centimeters, this Goblin is probably 8 feet, maybe 9 feet, and call that, I don't know, 270 centimeters. A Space Marine is like 8 feet tall in modern 40k. A Space Marine is stupid tall outside of armor. So a Space Marine would absolutely be a size 1/2 mech. Corvus Corax seems way closer to Batman. That's the thing. Corvus Corax, goodness, does align with the Batman ideology more. He's a freedom fighter, where Batman is not a freedom fighter, but he is fighting for freedom. But Corax is more like a spec ops, whereas Kurz is, I am going to take all of the criminals in this town, I'm going to flay them alive while broadcasting their screams, and then I'm going to hang their coats, their pelts, their meat sacks from my livery outside of town hall as a warning to anyone who dares do the same. Which, that is very not Batman, but the idea of scaring criminals is. The core of Batman's aesthetic is fear. Now, the core of Batman's character is not fear. But the core of Batman's aesthetic is he wants to frighten the criminals of Gotham into being why is my desk so cold? Like, I know I said this before. Why is it still cold? Why? What was I saying? Gotham is like Newark. Did you know that? Did you know Gotham is based off of like Newark, New Jersey? Most people assume it's based off of New York, but it's not. And apparently Metropolis is based off of, I think it's Toronto. Fun fact. You need to play Lancer someday. Paracosm and reality warping nonsense is very cool and I love it. It is very cool. Yeah, Gotham is I think it's based on Newark, New Jersey, even though a lot of people think it's based on New York City. And I've heard Metropolis is based on Toronto. Stop taking hits of death. It's so my computer's here, right? That's way too wide. My keyboard is here, a mouse here, second monitor here, right? And like, so if I'm here, right? Of course I'm going to touch my desk. My desk is here. It's where my keyboard is. The mundane stuff is just as fun. Paracosm is a spice that is easy to overuse. No, I'm not rubbing the desk. Okay, now I'm rubbing the desk. Why would you put this on me? Is this stimming? Or am I just stupid? I can do some I can do some ASMR if you want. Oh, apparently it doesn't actually pick up unless I'm actually speaking, because I don't have a noise gate, but it does definitely cut off my audio if you don't get pointed. Hug my desk, tell my desk I love it. I'm good. Desk. I prefer our current relationship as it stands. I appreciate you. I've had you in my life for many years at this point, but I'm not interested in you that way. Different mic audio for a moment. Well, yeah, because this is me speaking normally. This is me speaking with my mic all the way down here on my desk, where I'm rubbing my desk in order to make it so that you can hear me rubbing my desk. Is this stimming? Or is this stimming? It feels so bad when a group just dissolves. Yeah. Like when a group dissolves, it sucks. But it's also a matter of enjoy the time you had. I think the average Space Marine, ignoring named ones, are far less powerful. They're shock troops, which makes them so effective that they can hit key locations extremely hard. So, again, that depends on the narrative. Depends on who you're following. If you're following Space Marines, no, absolutely not. If you're following Space Marines, you are not shock troops. You are spec ops that have... You are tanks that are doing surgical strikes. Space Marines, when following Space Marines, are like heavy armored deployment vehicles going on stealth missions and like smash and grabs and surgical strikes. If you're following the Guard, they are superheroes, right? And then if you're following like the Xenos or Chaos, they tend to be treated like shock troops. It depends on what perspective you're watching them from, because how they're written often changes based off of what perspective is viewing them. Unnamed Space Marines regularly eat 50 to 90% casualties in Guard novels. Yeah, but also everyone takes 50 to 90% casualties in Guard novels. Like, in Guard novels, there was the Siege of Krieg. Or this might not have been Krieg, but there have been like planet-wide 10-year-long sieges that had 40 million casualties across their tenure. That's crazy. Wanna know why? because 40 million casualties is less than World War II. 40K does not understand numbers. So when I hear, oh, the Space Marine chapter nearly got wiped out, it had a 90% casualty rate. Okay. Is that 90% of the full 1,000? Or is that 90% of the 200 dudes that showed up? Right? Like, numbers are hard. See, that's what I'm saying. Vrax is what I was talking about. It ate tens of millions of lives up and was an area smaller than Rhode Island. It was a 14-year battle that was super well defended. The reason it was super well defended, the reason it took 14 years is because it was super well defended. It took fewer casualties in 14 years, where the Guard was just throwing numbers at it for over a decade than the entirety of World War II. All right, good night. Knowing numbers makes things cooler. Knowing numbers is scary. Because there will be nerds on the internet, like I did right now, who will say, you're wrong. This is dumb. This is stupid. And you should feel bad. And if you remember my conversation from earlier, the way you deal with that is you say, yeah, you're right. Whoops. Here's what you got right. Here's what you got wrong. Here's what you misunderstood. But I appreciate your contribution. And if someone did that to me, if a 40K writer like quote tweeted me, like if a clip of this made its way to a 40K writer and they're like, hey, yeah, absolutely, the numbers were off, but we were just doing estimations in order to properly communicate that this was a massive amount of casualties. The exact numbers were approximations, just to give vibes. I would respond and be like, yeah, and I'm so glad that you wrote this. I don't think this is bad. It's just was silly. You can't count past 5 anyway? Okay, let's do this together. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. Right, okay, sorry. 8, 7, 9, 10. Okay. See, we counted to 10. One of the longest sieges on Earth was longer than 40 years. I think it was 48 to be exact. 1. What comes after 1? Exactly. It was basically 2 years of brutal hammering, 10 years of skirmish, and 2 more years of hammering. I'm not going to say anything in response to hammering and then skirmishes and then hammering. Have I read the All Guardsmen Party 40K fanfic / campaign diary? No, but I've heard about it. As for the title of the stream, I think the scariest thing is knowing what something can do, but not knowing what is the grade of the unknown. Exactly. And that's why I spent so much time and effort talking earlier about removing player agency into TTRPG for horror. Not knowing what something can do is scarier than knowing what it can do by itself. Have I ever done pixel art? Not to any main extent. I've flirted with it. I've flirted with pixel art. I can't say I'm good. Oh my gosh, my voice cracked. I can't say I'm good. I wouldn't even say I'm fine. I have put in maybe a couple hours of trying pixel art. I think it's cool, but I haven't done anything greater than like 8-bit pixel art, right? And obviously, when you're at such a low resolution, when you're at 8-bit or even 16-bit, it's way harder to communicate what you're trying to communicate. So it's harder to get the encouragement of seeing a job well done, but you also need to start there before you can jump up to higher resolutions. 10 to the 10 to the 2 doesn't look particularly big at first glance, but it's also a Google. That is a lot. The best way to make numbers that are not that big to normal people, but insane to people who know numbers, is to make basically any power tower. Huh? I don't care about Space Marines. I'm only in for the Necrons. Yeah, I love my life. I love my Necrons. Okay, I will say, I thought Necrons were kind of lame. And then I read Infinite and the Divine, or as I call it, Old Man Robot Yowie. And now I really want to make a Trazen army. for no other reason than because I think it's funny. Infinite and the Divine meme. Where is it? It's so good. It's so good. The Infinite and the Divine, aka Orikin and Trazen's excellent adventure. Note, nothing below is exaggerated. Every scene below actually happens. If you haven't already, please read this book. It's hilarious. So I think this is when they this is when they use the Doom the Doom arc to ram into a Exodite battle dinosaur. This one is when they're in Trazen's vault and Orikin activates a bunch of orcs, gets inside, I think a Gorkanaut or it might be a Stompa, and is piloting it and fighting Trazen as Trazen is using his Lich Guard to fight the orcs as the orcs are fighting random Imperial Guardsmen. This one is Trazen gets like blasted out of a ship or something, lands in the water, is floating there, and just goes, I have a plan. I can't remember this one. I think this one is just straight up that they crash a ship. I do not recall. This is absolutely after a fight where Orikin's arm gets chopped off and Trazen holds it up to him and says, one of yours, I presume? And then this middle one is that a bunch of Necrons defend a Imperial town from orcs. And so the people think that they are Space Marines because they're very tall, they're clad in armor, they defended the town. So they make a mural, and Orikin is depicted in the mural, I believe, and Trazen isn't. No, sorry, Trazen is depicted in the mural, but Orikin isn't. So then when they come back, they see it. Trazen's very happy about this. They leave, they come back, the mural's smashed, and Trazen goes, my mural! And then Orikin says, you know, real shame what happened to your mural. Guess someone took issue with it. But probably my favorite thing in the entire book is, I can't remember who did this to who, which just goes to show how petty both of them are. But basically, Orikin is standing there, and Trazen called for a meeting. They've been having a feud for thousands of years at this point. Walks up to him, and Orikin's like, what's good? And then suddenly, from out of the ether, a death mark, a sniper, a trans-dimensional sharpshooter of the Necrons steps out, shoots Orikin in the face, and then like phases back out. And Orikin, being a Necron, being able to just regenerate his form is like, you know that didn't do anything, right? I'm just gonna regenerate. And then Trazen storms off and says, yeah, I know, but it made me feel better. I love old man robot Yowie. Necrons are cool, but Tau are fun. Ken, I just lost all respect for you. I'm so sorry. That's the only 40k book I've read. Me too! I've only read Infinite and the Divine. To be fair, I've listened to book clubs about stuff like the Big Daka and the Night Lords trilogy. I listened to Adeptus Ridiculous, so I listen to their book clubs occasionally. But like that's the only one I've read. Nothing Necro beating a Dreadnought to death with an Onager gauntlet. We really need an Exodite army. Oh, that's so true. We don't have Exodites, do we? Be real, you didn't respect him anyway. Listen, N, if you are not a Tau fan and or you don't care, don't tell the others you're my favorite. I'm so happy how many people love me some old man robot Yowie. Which Space Marine chapter do you think would be the best to date? I mean, it's gotta be the Salamanders, right? Okay, so Salamanders are, if you like them, tall, dark, and handsome. They'll treat you right. They will absolutely be respectful. If you're into the more like edgy, if you like a little bit more, you know, early 2000s emo hot boy, the Raven Guard, kind of good options. Honestly, if you want someone who's like an adult and has their own life, if you want someone in your life who like they're put together, which is more than a lot of them can say, unironically, Ultramarines. Like the Ultramarines are the safe option, right? Salamanders are warm. They're comforting. They will be there for you. Raven Guard, a little spicier. Raven Guard, you're going to go on adventures. You're going to have a good time. You're going to overthrow tyranny together. And if you're into like the alt scene crowd, absolutely. They're probably the closest to femboy Marines. And then Ultramarines is, listen, I just want someone that like knows how to file their taxes and is not going to impose debt on me when we inevitably get divorced, right? Blood Ravens. Okay, so Blood Ravens are only if you're poly, because every single Blood Raven is already in a relationship with their dad, Sanguinius. So you have to be comfortable being the side hoe. And if you're comfortable with that, top tier, top choice. Personally, I have too much self-respect for that. But if you're willing to be a third, if you're willing, and remember, it's not kitchen table, it's a hinge. Like the Blood Raven is the hinge and you are the extra. But if you're okay with that, by all means. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking blood angels. Blood Ravens will just steal your stuff and leave. So my apologies. Thank you for that. If you're in autism and BDSM, Imperial Fist. See, that's the thing. Imperial Fists, one of the worst choices. Unless you have gun autism. You know? If you have gun autism and or you are queer and in the military, oh boy. Do I have the faction for you? The true poly is the Alpha Legion. See, my favorite Legion is the Alpha Legion. I'm assuming most of the Traitor Legions are probably really bad options, but I mean, Alpha Legion. Have you ever like dated or been with twins, triplets, or whatever, and you just kind of wonder to yourself, like, did they ever swap? Was it just me and the one, or did they ever swap around? That's the Alpha Legion, and you'll never get an answer. So if you like that mystery, if you like the intrigue of potentially having multiple partners without realizing, which is something you should discuss beforehand if you're ever going to try that. Black Templars, though, you love your racists. Black Templars are great until they're your neighbors. It's the thing. Black Templars. Love only the crusade. They would neglect you. They would leave you. And if you were to be a Jody and you were to sleep around behind their back, they would execute you. So I would highly recommend not Black Templars. But actually, very good option that everyone forgets about. I forgot about them until just a little bit ago. White Scars. Hot take. Very good option. Why? They're adrenaline junkies. They are the laughing killers. They have a chuckle in their throat. They have humor in their fighting. They have honor. They are the sort of person that would roll up to you with a motorcycle and be like, hey, hop on and just drive. And if you're into that, if you're into the free spirit, if you're into the free spirited, like just drive wherever the road takes you, like that could be fun. If you want a capital P project to date, Iron Hands with a creative estrogen. Wait, is the estrogen for you or for them? Show a salamander a pointy ear and he starts telling you the meaning of firestorm. Oh my gosh. Okay, the wolves. Listen, people are gonna say it's the furry option. I disagree. I think it's the bears. Personally, bears are beautiful. Not my cup of tea. Not interested. However, if I had to choose one faction to just have my back in a fight, I think it might be the space wolves. Like if I go out to a bar or whatever and I have someone start hitting on me and I'm like, dang, I'm glad I have my friend with me because they're gonna back me up, right? And I turn to look at them. The space wolves is one of the first ones that I feel is gonna actually help me out, right? I feel like the Blood Angels probably wouldn't. The Imperial Fists or the Ultramarines probably wouldn't. White Scars, I feel like they might. White Scars would have my back. Wolves are good if you're gay or unironically think suffering builds character. Counterpoint throat singing, that is White Scars. So again, do the Iron Hands have the estrogen for you or for them? Because, like, I can do both. You can't say you're not a fan. Oh my gosh. I'm going to move on to the next question. I got to move on to the next question. Have I experimented with lentils in my rice? I have not, no. How do I feel about giant women? What if you said that all we want to do is see you turn into a giant woman? What? I'm gonna go back to talking about dating space marines. All right, let's talk traders, I guess. It is technically for the Iron Hands. No, so they won't forcibly alter you surgically. They will willingly alter you surgically. They'll just be really pushy. So traders, I already gave my thoughts on Alpha Legion. I love them. If you say Night Lords unironically, no. If you say Iron Warden, Iron Men, Iron Hands. What's the iron one? We were talking about it earlier. Iron Warriors, thank you. I knew it was IW. Iron Warriors, no, bad. Funny enough, Black Legion, very tolerant. That is a baseline most of these factions do not have. Surprisingly, Black Legion, they're down to take you as you are. Word bearers, I don't know if you've ever dated someone who is like deeply, deeply religious. It's going to be a very good time or a very bad time for you based on how you interface with that. So that's your mileage may vary, just straight up. Emperor's Children, no. Just no. Death Guard, they need to learn how to take a shower. Thousand Sons are nerds, so yeah. I can rock that. Hyperfixation. Word Bearers, or not word, but World Eaters. Don't worry, I can fix them. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all 9. Thousand Sons are nerds. Oh, they're dusty. You're so right. The dust would get everywhere. Word Bearers, if you're into choir voice. Word Bearers are if you want to talk about trauma. Heck of a guy, that Karn. Perturabo's pouty boys. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alta, Perturabo is not based, but he was correct. Perturabo was right. And that's what makes me hate him. Like, Perturabo, unironically, was one of the most justified of the trader Primarchs. And that sucks because he sucks as a person. Perturabo was petulant, a man-child, a Reddit atheist who just went around insulting people's beliefs and assuming he's better than them. But the worst part is, most of the time, he actually was better than them. He cracked the defenses of Terra. He built a fortress that the Imperial Fists could not, breach. He just wanted to build his little machines. He didn't want to be a warrior. He didn't want to, invest in all of this nonsense of the Great Crusade. And he got forced into it, and he didn't like it. Horus Heresy is wild because half the authors were like, we need to make the traders compelling so people buy their armies. And corporate went, nah, these guys need to be eviler. Yeah. Can you call someone a Redditor if they're better? Listen, some very smart people go on Reddit. Now, being on Reddit doesn't make you smart, but... is there a way for me to show you art for my thoughts? So, if you want, you can always tag me on Twitter or Blue Sky. There's the Discord. Whether this is fan art or this is just like, hey, I want to see what your reaction is to this piece of artwork that is unrelated to you. Discord is probably the best place for that. But I also check Twitter or Blue Sky just in case anyone at me. My only thing is, if you are going to share any images, please ensure that it is safe for work, as this is a PG-13 community. So I don't want anything anything that minors should not be seeing in a space where minors would be able to see it is my core bit. But obviously Twitter, Blue Sky, that's not part of the community, that is just adding me directly. That is easier for stuff that we want to keep people safe from. Although I have had someone recently reach out hey, what's your art tag? Would people be interested if I had an art tag? As in I have a hashtag on social media where you can use that hashtag, and that will just be a place to post art, either about, honestly, not even just about me, but also just about Arrow Kissers and the community, or even just your TTRPG stuff. I think that would be fun. I think Arrow Arts, Arrow Draws would be another one. But I'm asking, is the interest there? Because I'm not gonna lie, I always get really nervous whenever I try something oh, I'm gonna make a Discord server. Haha, what if no one joins? I would feel so bad. And then a couple people joined and it was fine. And then now it's at nearly 400 people, which is wild. But with the art tag, I kind of don't want to make the art tag if no one's going to use it. Arrow plus art equals art. That must be the tag. Plus always seeing the Eye of Terror 24/7 is not great. Okay, so Perturabo did get the short end of the stick, and he was justified in crashing out. He had a pretty justified crash out. But at the same time, that also doesn't excuse his terrible personality. Yeah, but what if the tag's already used by the Arrow Ace community? Then, I'm part of the Arrow Ace community, so we'll slip right in. Yeah. I guess that just means don't... Wait, so is there a tag? Arrow Draws? Arrow Arts? Well, so, for instance, there already is an accumulation of art. On this pause screen, I do already have a compilation of fan art that I have, and that is separate from anything that I've gotten in the past 2 months, right? This is all stuff from the past couple years. So there is a well of stuff that could be posted. I just don't think I get enough frequent art to kind of justify that. So I'm not going to sit here and push for it. I always feel awkward whenever I mention fan works, because I feel like I'm pressuring folks to do it, which is something that I don't want to do. What about other factions outside of humanity for the sake of dating, like Taos or space elves or orcs? Okay, so if we just want to go through and I guess like a smasher pass for all of them, but for dating. So let's start with orcs because you ended with orcs. That's what I mean with the frequency go up. Yeah, that's what I'm basically waiting on. But I've had some people reach out recently like, hey, how can I send you art? How best can I do this? And so it might be the time. I don't know. Orcs, I would say, I mean, they're arrow ace icons. I'm not gonna get in the way of them. They want to beat you to death, and if you can beat them to death, they'll be happy. Alexander, that's a very specific thing to bring up. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with you, but that was not my first thought. I was going to say the Tau would be fine. Because, like, the word bearers is when you're dating someone who their faith is their entire personality. The Tau is dating someone that grew up religious. There's a difference, right? There's someone who this is who they are, and this is someone who this is a facet of them. Only the ethereals would do the brainwashing. And if you're into that, then you can seek out an ethereal partner. Well, no, they won't be controlling for your own good. They'll be controlling for the greater good. Okay, the Eldar, the craft world, I would feel unsafe because it would be like dating someone who is thousands of years older than you. And that feels like it's not a proper dynamic, personally. And then obviously with the Drukhari, clearly the most dateable out of all of the factions in 40k. I don't have any issues with what the Drukhari get up to. But on Necrons, I have one vocab word, mechadendrites. Eldar will treat you right but be controlling because they have a massive ego. Okay, but like with Necrons, like if I wanted to get with a soulless old person that has way too much power and doesn't care about me, I would get with a politician. I do the classic gold digger strat, you know? The only reasonable Eldar to date are the Exodites, I should clarify. Okay, why are we freaking out over Necrons? Why are we freaking out over Necrons? Can you explain to me what you see in Necrons? Like, Necron. Like, should I blur this? Does this need to be blurred? Or are you okay with this? Is this too much for you? Is this? Oh, let me get that pin up. Oh mother. Oh golly. Like, do I need to censor this? Do I need to hide this behind a pog? Is that what we need to do? Have you seen the way Trazen treats his librarian? Okay, so you just want eternal servitude. Greater gods, when they become sponsors to the Tau, they realize the massively misunderstood their philosophy. Get a warp spider and I might get it. What? Warp spider. Oh, I thought we were still talking about Necrons. Oh, I know these guys. I know these guys from Dawn of War. Boo. 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 However, Howling Banshees 40k. Do you want someone that will just scream in your ear all night and not in like a hot way, you're gonna have no eardrums by the end? Some people are into older men. I'm not gonna lie, I don't get that. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm the weird one. But when I see older men, I don't think, dang, schmexy. Might get the Eldar, I mean. Well, see, that's the thing, right? With the Eldar, the craft world are like aesthetic. They're very Spartan. They're very held to their culture. because they need to be, right? Because of Slanesh. I don't think that's necessarily a deal breaker. I don't think that's a red flag. I just think that's kind of not for me, personally. Meanwhile, like the Necrons, I'm not anti-robot. I'm not anti-bones. But this just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. Like, my jimmies are thoroughly unrustled by this. And maybe that's just me. Wanna know what? I know exactly why my jimmies are not rustled. Do you want to know what I need? Where's art of these? Art? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, give me that flayed one. Give me that flaps of skin in a skin cape. Oh yeah. Is this what you want? You're also attracted to Starscream from Transformers Prime, so that's kind of pathetic twink robot Machiavellian schemer. Okay, I get Starscream. Starscream Prime. Like, do you see this man? Oh, look at those thighs. Oh, look at him. I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're crazy when you're right. Now, granted, this is entirely a meme to me. I feel no attraction to this man. It's like a censor bar. But like, look at how stupid this man is. Flayed ones are insane though. What do you? I'm joking. I'm joking with the the flayed ones comments. What are you on about? Like, Silence of the Lambs ain't got nothing on flayed ones. Okay, the flayed ones. I hope you know I'm joking. I hope you know I'm not a freak like that. Like, I know how to distract you. I know how to distract you. This is not what I was hoping for. All right. Be distracted. I know my community is obsessed with Gundam. I don't know why. I don't understand it. But I do know that whenever something comes up in conversation that I want to move past, throw Gundam at it. Listen, the flayed ones are cool, but they're also covered in skin. Now the freak option, the Tyranids. I don't want to wind up soup or eaten alive or a host of like Tyranid. But also, I'm gonna put these dead center. Tyranids dead center of my list. Because the Tyranids are so variable. Like, well, actually, okay. It would need to be a Tyranid. Because we're talking dating here, right? If it is a single hive mind that happens to have a plurality of vessels that it pilots, but it's still one entity, I could work with that. I think the issue would be if it's the interpretation of it's like each Tyranid, like warrior, for instance, is like one entity and each of them joined together with synapse. is a collective of 3 individual entities, that's where it starts getting spicy, because I'm like, well, am I dating this one specific warrior? Am I dating the entire hive mind? Am I dating the local synapse creature of this like splinter fleet? So like, I could work it. I just kind of need to know what I'm working with more. But the Hive Lord or Norn Emissary, that's the thing. That's the thing. If a Norn Emissary is giving me eyes, I'm okay to explore that option. That's my answer. Now, I'm not saying this. Remember, this is dating. This isn't the freak option. This is wholesome. This is cute. This is going out on, like, I don't know, what did Tyranids want to do? Like, go on walks along the barren beachfront that has been drunk dry and has no, like, microbacteria to sustain it. I could do that. The setting sun in the distance. Have I heard Rasputin's hotel room service? No. So the Gene Stealers, unfortunately, I don't think are date material. However, I think that if you're down for something more casual, I think that they're probably the best option. I think that they'll give you a fantastic time, is my assumption. That's not really my scene. That's not really what I'm down for. But if you want that, by all means. I don't think, you don't think Tyranids top Deldar, but eating a planet with the besties does sound nice? Don't you dare tell me that when you can look at every single option in 40K, you look at the Drukhari and you go, yeah, I can fix them. They're my project. I don't know, the cute and the freak options are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that I think when people hear Tyranids, they think like eldritch monster, they think mouths, they think tentacles, they think eyes, and that's not wrong. And you can certainly be a freak with your Tyranid squeeze, but we're talking dating. We're talking compatibility. We're talking how well would this work. Gene Stealers aren't my thing. I'm not into Scientology like that. See, Tyranids are too close to animals for you mentally. What about like the Hive Lord or the Norn Emissary? Exactly. Because it's the sort of deal where a single Termagon is basically an animal. So I would not feel comfortable dating one. But I feel like even a warrior probably has the intelligence to be like a person, or at least on a person's degree of an intellect. Not to mention, once you start getting into like a Norn Emissary. Right? I'd be in the trenches with your brain. Okay. Oh, actually. The, not the Cathari. What are the Yanari? The Yanari? The mixture of Drukhari and Harlequins and Craft World, all of who come together under is it Incarn? Oh no. Like, listen, Yvrain is already taken by Robot Gilliman. And yes, I understand that's a dumb joke, but it's still a joke and I'm still gonna make it. These actually might be like near the top of the list. I ain't gonna front. Why? Because they have freaks from all walks of life. They're very tolerant. They're very inclusive. And let's say you're dating a Yanari and they're like, yeah, I was a Drukhari for 50 years and I like tortured thousands of slaves and I made a single flesh cushion, but when it started moaning every time I leaned on it, I got uncomfortable, so I threw it out. I'd be like, dang, that's messed up of you. And they're like, yeah, I don't really do that anymore. And I'm like, oh, awesome, cool. Harlequins. Listen, Harlequins, you like clowns, don't you? The Eldar faction that didn't get to finish their own story. Yeah, a lot of factions don't get that. It's canon as far as I care because I do not respect UW's canon any more than they do. Here's the thing. Yvrain and big RG. Like, I think it's a dumb ship. I think it's a funny joke, right? I think it's a joke if everyone knows it's ironic, but people who actually ship them after their one interaction, and their one interaction was like, you're lucky I'm not going to kill you, and your brain just being like, you'd be lucky if you could succeed, and then them being like, all right, thank you for saving me, we're going to go kill each other later, and then parting ways. I'm all for letting you live your truth, but bestie, this is not the truth you think it is. This is, at best, stretched truth. Harlequins would 100% actually be date material. I don't know about that. Because the thing about the Harlequins, they're clowns and they're performers. But, like, listen, the human cannot comprehend the Eldar mind, much in the same way the American cannot comprehend the European mind, right? The human mind cannot comprehend what the Harlequin do. So I feel as though you just kind of gotta be willing to put up with a lot. And I feel like not in the sense of like, oh, they got their eccentricities, haha. In the way of like, I physically do not understand what this person is up to. And they terrify me. But I guess I'm just gonna deal with it. You're autistic, you understand perfectly how Eldar operate. Yeah, how do they operate? Harlequins are like prank YouTubers, they would not respect your limits. That is a terrible, but incredible at the same time, apt description. They're prank YouTubers. Rebooty X Vex? I'm unfamiliar. That's how all crack fixes happen? Yes, I know. Less seaworthy ships have gone to sea, but they should not remain at sea. But also imagine the lore Harlequins could give you. Imagine going on a date in the Black Library. Okay, but then you're dating them for what they can give you. You're dating them for the Black Library. That's like dating someone who works at a library because you want them to show you around the library. That's manipulative and that's not okay. You should really re-examine your personal biases if you think it's okay to go on a date with someone just to access something that they have access to. And yeah, that's social engineering. And like, respect the grind. But also, that's not what the Harlequins deserve. They deserve better. Oh my gosh, Vect. Ugh. They terrify you, but gosh, they're hot. Stretch. My back is so tight. What are the Chaos Gods? I feel like they're not good options. I'm not sleepy. Shut up. They're not good options, but maybe Zinch. All right. Let's get the easy one out of the way. Nurgle, no thank you. Please shower. If you showered, I'd actually be like not dismissing it out of hand, but you're not my type. You deal with bugs. You deal with rot and decay and disease. You don't shower. No. Corn. I don't think I'd survive. Like, none of these I would survive dating. However, Corn, I feel like one disagreement and he gets violent and he becomes physically violent, and that's not okay. You deserve better. You should not be with someone you feel unsafe with. So I'm sorry, Corn. Slanesh. No means no, Slanesh. And then Zinch. I feel like Zinch would like definitely cheat on you and also embezzle your life savings and also gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss you until you don't really know what's happening anymore and you don't believe anyone in your life anymore, but also like in a fun way, in a girly pop way, you know? Like with Corn, I would feel unsafe, derogatory. With Zinch, I'd kind of feel unsafe, affectionate. Does that make sense? Korn is the only one that's in a relationship. Like, he is married. Nurgle already has a... No. Nurgle has a jar. He put the Eldar in the jar. The other gods are just awful. You'd absolutely go for Nurgle because while he is gross and horrible, he also bestows the strength of will and fortitude to endure. No, Nurgle is abusive. Why? Nurgle will take you. Say, hey, I'm going to affect you with Nurgle's gift. And if you sell me your soul, I will remove the pain. Otherwise, I'm just going to torture you for all eternity. That is not bestowing kindness and fortitude. That is what modern day, not even modern day, yes, modern day, but like 1920s mobsters would do. They would hold you hostage until you give them what they want. Nurgle is not benevolent. His followers are joyous, but he will force you and coerce you and push you into service to him. Korn will just kill you if you don't work with him, which I respect that. Like, Tzeentch will set plans into motion that will have you wind up working for them. And then Slaanesh is just out here just like, hey, sex, drugs, rock and roll. Any of those appeal to you? Yes? No? Pog? These are chaos gods. Oh, mobster is a pretty good deal in comparison. I'll join the Eldar then. Oh my gosh. Tzeentch would be the type to lead you on and then bully you in front of his friends in public. Yeah, and some people would be into that. I'm looking at chat and I have ideas for which one of yous would unironically be into that. And I say, please get more respect for yourself. Nurgle sees it as benevolence, but it's truly otherworldly and horrifying. See, that's the thing. I don't know if Nurgle genuinely sees it as benevolence or not. That would actually be really interesting. Because what he does is he takes people, casts disease and plague on them, and then says, hey, I'm willing to make this not hurt if you just give me your soul and serve me forever. That is coercion. That is intimidation. That is hostage and forceful. That is effectively robbery. But if he sees that as, hey, this is just what I do. I bring plague and, oh, you don't want to be plagued? Well, I can't do that, but I can make it not hurt. Wanna do a little trazies? That would actually be an interesting angle. I hadn't considered that. Nurgle is not Suffering Build's character. Korn is Suffering Build's character. Because Slaanesh doesn't care about character, and Nurgle just eliminates suffering, right? When you are a follower of Nurgle, you don't feel pain from his gifts. Tzeentch, however, would absolutely say Suffering Build's character, or does it? Vsauce theme. Korn cares about character, cares about suffering. That's why he loves Karn so much. That's why Karn is his favorite. Keep humiliation in the bedroom, not in front of others. Thank you. Say it again. They're all big family with Nurgle being the patriarch, and if you don't do as you're told, yeah, that's not okay. Tzeentch is screwing you over, but he makes clear... No, so that's the thing. Tzeentch is simply a little guy. Yeah, he's gonna screw you over, but like, he'll tap his fingers together as he does it and have like the big pleading emoji as his face. And then you'll be like, oh, you scamp. Okay. And then you'll let him get along with it because that's just who he is. Tzeentch is just silly. He does call those plagues his gifts. Well, yeah, but in the same way that if someone who in real life is controlling you, they will often give you quote unquote gifts in order to further control you. For instance, if you cut your arm on something and they give you a band-aid as a gift, that's to make you feel indebted. Hey, can I borrow a pencil? Sure, here's a gift. Now you feel indebted to them because they gave you a pencil. Nurgle speaks exclusively in 1920s gangster talk is a headcanon I'm absolutely taking. So, we got Nurgle's gift in.
You can either suffer for eternity or you can part with something that's not even worthy in your day-to-day life. You want that soul of yours, or do you want eternal suffering? One of the two.
I think the only chaos gods worth following are outside the big four. Vashtor's pretty pog. I believe their name is Malice, like the shadow demon one. I don't remember their name. I was talking about them earlier. Vashtor. I feel like if I dated Vashtor, I would not have a good time. Not because Vashtor's the problem, but because our relationship would be non-existent. Right? I'm someone who sees myself as very low maintenance. And I feel like Vashtor is also very low maintenance. We're both hyper independent. Well, I don't consider myself hyper independent. I consider myself more of an independent partner. I am not someone who's very clingy with my friends or with my relationships or crushes or anything. I'm someone who likes to do my own thing. That's why I spend so much time on content creation, which is mostly my own thing. I feel like Vashtor is that, but more. So I feel like the relationship would just kind of fizzle out, you know? I feel like Vashtor and I wouldn't have problems with each other. I feel like it would be, we just don't make time for each other. The Great Horned Rat! Vashtor's relationships are purely transactional. I think what would be really cute is a relationship where Vashtor sees it as transactional, but then because of this, like, they end up leaving, and then he realizes only too late that he kind of missed them because he cares about them. So what you're saying is to be clingy? No. Not to get into it, I have dealt with people in my life who have been very clingy, and that's one of the fastest ways to make me drop you as a person. I'm gonna be real. However, if I have people in my life who are incredibly independent to the extent that they don't reach out, I will similarly not reach out. And then I've had friendships where it's kind of fizzled out because we just kind of didn't interact too much. But I've also had friendships where I thought it fizzled out, and then they reach out, and then we chat, and then we go back into not having any issue with our relationship. We were friends for years. We stopped talking because we both got busy. Then we started talking again, and then we're back to being really close friends. One of my friends right now, very close with him, love him to death. But there was a period of time, there have been multiple periods of time where we just didn't talk for like 6 months. Yeah, periodic pings, exactly. And I don't think Vashtor would do that. I don't think Vashtor would do periodic pings, which I need. Can't defy the lonely Vashtor, no! Gorg and Mork are the best Chaos Gods. Okay. Oh dang! Wait, can I do a poll while there's Q&A? Should a poll? Gork. Choose wisely. Who would you date? Would you date Gork? Or would you date Mork? One is brutal but cunning. The other is cunning but brutal. Who am I talking about? Oh, I'm not talking about anyone content creation wise. I was talking about a friend of mine who I have a friend who gets super busy with work. And there was like periods of months where we just were not talking. And then eventually like he reached out again. It's like, hey, like, what's good? And I was like, yo, bro, what's good? And then we started talking like weekly again, right? That's just kind of how I am. I'm very good to pick up relationships and put them back down, pick up friendships, put them back down over time. I used to really struggle with that. But I've since learned, like, hey, I'm busy. I'm sure you're busy. I need to get better about reaching out. But aside from that, I don't see a reason why I should stop caring about you just because we haven't spoken in 4 months, right? I have a friend who, I need to reach out to her. Like a month ago, we were trying to set up a call because it had been a minute since we talked. and it just completely fell through. So I need to reach out to her again. Because like this is just how friendships work when you have a life that you're living. Gorkstock's an absolute freefall. Listen, in this community, we're cunning, but brutal. See, the difference between Gork and Mork is that Gork, well, he'll wallop you with a mace the size of a comet, but Mork, he's cunning but brutal. He'll wait for you to turn your back, and then he'll wallop you with a mallet the size of a comet. You can't stand in the way of Mork. Whoa, Mork majority. Cunning but brutal all the way. Why worship gods when you can use their power to break through of your mecha sarcophagus? Oh, we didn't say the most obvious chaos god. The Emperor. No, he's stupid. Not in the sense of lovely and pointless. Like in the case of actually a very poorly written character. Like the Emperor, core to the story, one of the worst written characters in the entire universe of 40k. What are you doing outside? Is it because I was speaking bad about the Emperor and now you're like upset at me? I'm sorry. I'm not going to change my opinion just because you're making noise at me. Are you like breaking open a trash can? What? Okay. Sorry, I hear people outside. No, so it's not a pet of mine. It's someone outside who's like scraping metal on the asphalt. So I was so confused like what this noise was. No, he's a bad dad, a stupid Reddit atheist. See, you'd think he would have loved Perturabo, but no. They didn't bond over being Reddit atheists. Gork has hit you in the head, Mork has hit you in the... Oh my gosh. No, so unfortunately, I do not have a pet. Sad, I know. However, one of my roommates has a cat. A full black cat who is an absolute sweetie. Her name is Tink. So she'll just like be lounging around and be like, "Hey Tink, how's it going?" And she'll go like, "Meow." She screams. It's very funny. I have a picture. Actually, funny enough, the first photo I ever sent to someone, the first photo of me that I ever sent to another content creator of like friend of mine, someone I know who I chat with regularly, was a picture of me holding Tink. You love black cats? Black cats are so cute. My best friend growing up had a black cat, and very sweet, very shy, generally. I never understood I don't remember if he was sweet. I just remember very shy and skittish. I never understood the hate for black cats. Is the whole "I'm not a god, but I'm going to act exactly like a god." Well, so that's the thing. The Emperor did not say he wanted to be a god. He just kind of acted like one. And I would go so far as to say, had he acted with less central authority and allowed other primarchs and government institutions to gain more power while he was alive, he probably would have prevented the forming of the ecclesiarchy. Because great man theory, who of you don't know about great man theory? Who of you does not know what the great man theory is? Because the great man theory is a theory that in history can be ascribed to great men. The idea that it was Alexander the Great who single-handedly unified the Greek states and then conquered all of Eurasia, spreading all the way to India. And it was he who expanded the classical world's influence across the Near and Middle East. When in reality, it was his soldiers, it was his generals, it was him, it was his father Philip before him. It was the dynamics between the Persians and the Hellenistic world. Like there was a lot more going on than just him doing that. Start of World War One, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. It was really a matter of treaties and alliances and a growing sentiment of wanting a new war to shake up the world powers in Europe. Archduke Franz Ferdinand is just the one that got shot. That started it. Was the spark, the ember that started the powder keg. Great man theory ascribes history to these great men. And that's what 40K did to the Emperor. Because the Emperor actually literally did do that. Had there been other people, Malkador the Sigillite, if he was more of a public figure, the Primarchs, if they were given more autonomy, institutional leaders like the High Lords of Terra, had they formed earlier under the Emperor, would have prevented the forming of the ecclesiarchy by combating the narrative that it was all just the Emperor. Because when it's all just one guy, why aren't people going to treat him as a deity? It's been 5,000 years. It's been 10,000 years. And the Emperor is still protecting us after doing all these amazing things. We need to earn his forgiveness so that he not only protects us, but also leads us forward. Right? Oh, it was Malal. I thought it was Malice. Is Malal the shadow guy? The Emperor be like, the road to hell is paved with doing what I told you not to, and also doing what I decided not to warn you about. Oh, Magnus. Oh, Magnus. Yeah, the Emperor has a flaw where he built the perfect system that relied on him being there to run it. Without him, people would have been able to rebuild the Imperium independently. Exactly. He built a system where he was the brain and the heart and the spine, and he got God. So the entire system had to build around a dead brain, heart, and spine. Like, yeah, Malkador might have been the lungs. Malkador's dead. Yeah, the Inquisition, which was forming under Malkador at the time of the heresy, might have been the hands. So it still has hands, but it doesn't have a brain or a heart or a spine. And the Emperor threw around his psychic powers, yeah. I find 40K so much more interesting the more you view questionable lore as mythological legends written millennia later. That's the thing. The defense in a lot of the codexes with the lore is that it's all imperial writing. But the issue with that is that the stories, the books, the novels aren't presented that way. The codexes are. A lot of short stories are. A lot of video games are. But the novels, the stories that follow just the Drukhari and the orcs, like the Big Daka, for instance, that has nothing to do with the imperial perspective. So that means what you read in that story should not be taken as imperial propaganda. You have stories where Infinite and the Divine, all Necron based. It is separate, divorced from the Imperium, and sees the Imperium from the outside and gives its own color commentary, which means it is expressly not from the perspective of the Imperium. And on top of that, if it is the imperial propaganda, the perspective, the writings, the musings, tens of thousands of years later, why would the Emperor ever not do literally the best thing in every single circumstance? If you look at real world historical examples of mythologized characters, they have a halo effect. They gain attributes that they did not have. Even so far as, again, Alexander the Great called himself the Pharaoh of Egypt, and that he was descended from Zeus, and he was all of these different things as a propaganda thing, and that fell over the years. But his legacy didn't. The things he did and the accomplishments ascribed to him only grew over time. Yeah, because the Imperium would never hype up any other faction besides themselves. In the official Imperial Guard Guidebook. They literally go out of their way to misrepresent all of the Xenos factions to make them seem as weak and pathetic and terrible as possible. They talk about orcs as if they're Gretchen. They talk about Eldar as if they're sluggish, slow, dumb humans. Okay, I gotta go live. How much my... Okay, you gotta go. Love how much your dating question spiraled. Listen, that's why I do these Q&A sections. Q&A sections. Is because they just go on tangents. They just go wild. But thank you so much. You were literally just gonna talk about that? Yeah, exactly. See? Same brain. Also, we are in a Mork super majority. Very nice, very nice. Gosh, I need some water. Stretch. Do you know we think you're... Nope, I'm not going to read that one. If arrow kissers were soot sprites, and we had the ability to summon 2 at all times, what would be the first thing you do with them? If I could summon soot sprites that were also arrow kissers on command, I mean, soot sprites are just like cute little guys, right? I probably wouldn't force you to do anything. Like if you're arrow kissers, presumably you have free will because you're watching me now. You're choosing to do that. You are your own individual. So I think it would be fun to just kind of let y'all do your thing. Oh, I'd play TTRPGs. Wait, that's such a good answer. Yeah. Could mechs plus body horror be a thing? I'm so glad you asked. Okay. Let me grab Lancer Horus. Lancer Horus Arch? What's the artwork I'm thinking of? I'm sure if you know Lancer, you're thinking of the specific image I'm thinking of. I mean, this is kind of what I was thinking of. Is it SSC? I'm thinking of the art where someone's like strapped in to a mech and they're effectively like an AC pilot where they have tubes, they have neural links, they have fluids, like membral fluids on them. But yeah, so I think that throw us like softballs. Okay, that would be kind of fun. Just throw you. I could juggle you. If I had arrow kissers, I could juggle you in my hands. There's a passage in a book where the guard was like, OMG, the crew eat people. And it's like, my brother in arms, you literally only eat corpse arch. The orcs are scared of bright light and loud noises. Yeah. Yeah, so what you could do is something I do in my game, and this is partially the design of the game, but also just how I run my game. I say flavor is entirely open. In the game I ran, because I've really only run one proper game of Lancer. I had a mech that was a giant box that was bright green and called the Wah. It was basically like a Minecraft character. I had a mech that was a repurposed like bulkhead that was emblazoned with the IPSN logo because they were a IPSN private sec unit. So like that's good enough. And then I had one, so basically I had one where it was, imagine the Barbarossa, but green. That was the Wah. I had one where it was basically a Drake, but it was like emblazoned with the IPSN logo. And then I had one that explicitly took inspiration from the Pegasus. So it was a bipedal mech that could launch down into quadrupeds because it had the hunter, maybe stalker talent. And it went into like bipedal mode when it was in stalker mode. And all of these were just Everests. All these were LL0. They were just standard gear and talents. But I say, go crazy, go stupid. Do whatever you want. This is your mech. I want you to have fun with it. So if you want horror with body horror, have a person where they are no longer a person. Have a person where they are a head with like, that's a very long neck. Have a person where they're a head with a torso that fades into like wires. As they are just built into this chassis of theirs. And they have like a visor over their eyes. And they have like tubes down their throat. Like, go full Skitari, 40k, right? Go AdMech, right? And you can totally do that flavorfully. And you could even have it be that outside of their mech, outside of their mech, they could be have prosthetics, like in XCOM Enemy Within. They basically have all of their limbs removed so that they can incorporate it into a mech suit. And that would be body horror. Having all of your limbs removed is kind of horrifying. The Caliban is the body. Ooh, yeah. Drawing sounds, heck yeah. So I have a question. You can't hear this, can you? I mean, it's not coming up on the mic, but I always get worried that because I have a very loud keyboard, I have a very loud mouse, that it bothers you. Particularly given when I'm going like this back and forth, where I'm constantly typing, talking. The mech trooper is pure concentrated gender. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, but that's more AdMech than the mech itself being body horror. Oh, so you're saying like Beamy, new mech. Look inside. Flesh. Understood. I thought you were going like the AdMech route. So if you want a mech that is body horror, you could have it be the Hydra, where instead of being robotic, all of the, oil, the lubricant fluid is all blood red. The metal is all skin colored, and it's like a body tearing itself apart. It has mesh adhesive that when it gets torn apart, it pulls like meat across one another, so that it's constantly like it's ripping off its own body parts as the drones descend. I don't have the Gilgamesh image. Like, obviously, you can do something with, oh, look at how weird and scroinkly the Manticore is. Ain't that a funny thing? Let me grab... Sorry, I'm just grabbing a image real quick of the Lancer Gilgamesh. Same thing, you can have the Gilgamesh, which is all about ripping off its own arms, be horrifying. You can involve like body horror, flesh, blood, whatever that you want to that. You could have it be, I think Horus makes the most sense for this, but also I've heard the meme about SSC. It would be very funny if you had a SSC like monarch and you open up the inside and it's just a fleshy interior. It's all pulsating. It's all resonating with your psyche, and you don't even need to plug into it. You just need to wrap a like cerebral fluid container around your arm, and nanites will infiltrate your bloodstream that allow you to control it. And it feels like an extension of yourself, Pacific Rim style. Your frame can become a Baylor frame if a bit of nanite slips into it. It tears down and consumes everything and can change its image at will. Baylor can be anything. Baylors can be anything. And that's why I think they're fun. But yeah, so when I see mechs, I just say flavor can be anything. Even if you like, I have someone who's like, hey, if you want your mech to hover, sure. Mechanically, that doesn't do anything. Mechanically, you still trigger mines, you still can't fly, you don't have a speed bonus or detriment, but you can flavorfully hover. It's pretty pog. Are you a fan of Faustian bargains? And on the same line, ever watch Madoka Magica, aka the most doomed of Yuris? I have never watched Madoka Magica. I have heard it referenced many times. I haven't watched it. I don't know anything about it. I just heard it referenced, but I love Faustian bargains. To the extent that like, I loved Devils so much running for like my high school group that my friend at the time like was giving me side eyes, thinking I was like obsessed with Devils. And I'm like, no, I just like the fact that they can make deals with you and like get you into circumstances that you otherwise shouldn't be in. And he's just like, circumstances you shouldn't be in. And I'm just like, don't make it weird. But Faustian deals, one of my favorite things in a TTRPG. I love forcing choice that the players don't want to make because that gets such a reaction. It was the dilemmas that Can was bringing up earlier. It is the idea that, hey, you need this thing. What are you willing to pay for it? Because, fun fact, I actually don't know if I've talked about this. I am very weird about my soul. I refuse to pay my character's soul in any game I'm in. Just because it's a weird idiosyncrasy of mine. I'm not particularly spiritual. It's not related to any particular deep set belief I have, but that's just like a thing that's with me. That is something where unironically, I would like on Lines and Veils. I haven't really thought about this too much before. I'd probably say, hey, I'm fine with like selling souls and whatever in the abstract. I am going to put a line on my character selling their soul under any circumstances. I don't care if other people do it, but my character with their soul is weird to me. And that's something where, again, I'm sure some people would be like, wow, way to just game the system. You're trying to get a mechanical advantage. And I'm like, no, I'm just weird about it. It just makes me uncomfortable and I don't know why. And I'd prefer not to be pressured on something that makes me uncomfortable. So in actual, like real Faustian bargains, like your soul for something, I actually don't like those. They make me very uncomfortable for me, but for players, for NPCs, heck yeah. But the idea of, I am a very obviously malignant entity. Are you going to trust me enough to give me something that I can give to you? In the werewolf game, after the Stolen Moon, where Leaps from High was converted into a pelt, the vampires responsible were staked and left in the woods for the Garrow with a note that basically said like, hey, sorry, they did this without consulting me first. I want to never see you again, so I'm just going to give you the ones responsible. Have fun. And the Garo killed one of them. There was 2 that were staked. The Garo killed one of them, but the other one managed to talk their way out of it by effectively promising to bring retribution on those that the Garo wanted them to. And the player doing this was like, this is such a bad idea. I should not be doing this. And I was like, yeah, it is a bad idea. You shouldn't be doing this. But are you going to do it? And they're like, yeah, I'm going to do it. So they let one of the vampires go, where they felt very strongly, I shouldn't do this. This is a bad idea, but I need an in to ensure that these other vampires I'm dealing with get taken out. Faustian bargain. No souls involved, just kind of forcing the player's hand into working with an entity that they know they can't trust. Did I see they're going to make a Twisted Wonderland anime? I don't know what Twisted Wonderland is. What is Twisted Wonderland? Is it like Alice in Wonderland? Twisted Wonderland anime. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what Twisted Wonderland is. Oh, it's Disney. Based on the popular Japanese mobile game. Oh, I have another thing. Someone asked me in a comment what my thoughts on DMC were. I've never played Devil May Cry, but I did rock the music. Back after, I think it's Devil May Cry 5 came out. Virgil's theme. Not Dante. What's the kid's name? What is Devil Trigger? What is, I don't know. But like Bury the Light, Devil Trigger. I wasn't a huge fan of V's theme. I wasn't a huge fan of... Is his name Dante? What the heck is the main character's name? I don't know. I never played Devil May Cry, so I wouldn't know. But Faustian bargains do not require souls. They can involve loved ones or limbs or even a punishment if you don't keep your side of the deal. So versatile. I mean, Nero, thank you. I made a video a while ago. Oh, it was Dante. Okay, thank you. I made a video a while ago talking about what is effectively a Faustian bargain, where I like the idea of, in Marvel Rivals, Doctor Strange has a meter that, as it increases, he builds up dark magic. Every time he deals damage to you, he builds up dark magic. And he can press a button, activate an ability to release the dark magic. The more dark magic he has, the more damage he deals. But if he ever hits max dark magic, he can't be healed. And all he has to do is say, "Release me, darkness!" or "Be gone, darkness!" But he has a cooldown. So what I thought would be really cool is a Faustian bargain where literally all you do, the only thing you have to do, I'm going to give you the ability to cast Fireball once per day. But every time you cast Fireball, you then have to immediately say, "I reject you, devil." That's all you have to do. It's the idea of inviting the devil to give you power and then rejecting him before he can remain with you. That kind of deal. And the reason I love that so much is because that's entirely on the player. The player will think, wow, that sounds really easy. And it will be really easy. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. Are they going to remember to do this every single time they cast Fireball using this feature? Are they going to actually? And if they do, they feel cool. They feel like they got one up over the devil. But if they ever forget, suddenly, they're going to need a protective shield. Because that's the thing. Particularly in a game. Particularly in D&D or Lancer, or a game where it is combat oriented and it's all about power fantasy. You should not be trying to have gotchas, right? You should not be trying to win over the players. You should allow your players to feel like they won. And a lot of the times, that means rigging the conditions of the test in their favor. It means not just having them have a fair chance, but having them have a rigged chance in their favor. And I feel like a lot of players will be like, no, I want to win fair and square. I don't want the odds stacked in my favor. Okay, but if I played this fair and square, the hobgoblin would not fight you with its 4 goblin minions. The hobgoblin would send 2 goblins to distract you, retreat with the other 2, grab its lieutenant, the warcaster, all 18 of its goblin servitors, the ogre, and also a pack of wargriders. It would have the wargriders do a wide berth so that they're flanking you, send in the ogres first so that they distract you, have all of the hobgoblins and goblins attack you from range where they all get martial competency, and then have the warcaster deal fire damage to you while keeping you stunned as the wargriders hit you from the back, hammer, anvil, sparks. Right? But that's fair in the sense that that is what the hobgoblins would do. But that's not fun because that is super difficult. It is super nail biting. And if every encounter is nail biting, none of them are fun. They're just slogs. The goal of a game is to have fun. And it's fun to win. Yes, you should have to earn your win, but it being rigged in your favor is not the same as you just being handed a win. You having the odds stacked in your favor does not mean you will win. You still have to fight for it. It's just easier than if it was a 50-50. Cool bargain. What if I just cast Fireball with my middle finger? That way I'm flipping off the devil every time I cast it. Nope. You would have to explicitly say the specific phrasing to reject the devil's influence. And that's why, if eventually you're like, haha, screw you, devil, Fireball, middle finger, that wouldn't work and you'd have to pay. I wish D&D cursed items worked like Faustian deals instead of just gotcha traps. That's the thing. Almost every cursed magic item is, this item is cursed. When you attune to it, you can't unattune. Every day, X happens. Or when Y, you have to make a check or Z happens. And that's it. Right? Like, every single day, X happens. Or every single time you take damage, you have to make a check. And if you fail, you attack the person closest to you, regardless of whether they're friend or foe. Ooh, Berserker Axe. Like, cursed items are so transactional. I think I made a video about this a while ago. Give me the ring. Give me something that makes me invisible when I wear it, but something can see me. Every time I put on the ring, I'm invisible, but something knows exactly where I am. Give me a sword where every time I unsheath it, I cannot sheath it until it absorbs 1 liter of blood. And if it is unsheathed for longer than an hour, I will have to give that blood myself. Because then it's like, I have to actually choose when I bring out this awesome +2 blade that deals a d8 extra damage every time I attack someone that's under half hit points. And every time I attack someone, it absorbs a little bit of their blood. Like, that would be a cool weapon that I would be hesitant to take out because I don't want to have to pay the cost, and I don't want to have to force someone else to pay the cost. Give me a cursed sword I can put away but deals 46 fire damage and a consequence whenever I use it. I love, hey, this is totally chill up until you decide to use it. Then you gotta pay, Buster. The Berserker Axe isn't even better than a basic magic weapon. Exactly. It's literally just a gotcha. And even the Axe of the Dwarven Lords isn't interesting. Not being able to put down the cursed sword is an outgrown... Not being able to put down the cursed sword is an outgrowth of adversarial behavior in the 90s and is so lame. The power is tempting me, but the consequence keeps it in check. Exactly. Make it a cursed item like the Black Blade of Castellan Crow, where it is a sword that whispers temptations constantly to anyone in a radius. So he has to be completely solitary with it sheathed at all times, lest it tempt someone less pure than him. So the curse is pretty boring. Oh no, it just whispers in your ear. But the actual effect is he has to isolate, be alone. He has to step away from his support network lest they get corrupted. That is interesting, right? What's the end? So Can is, well, I'll just let them explain it. Basically, we have multiple folks in the community of different walks of life. And this is an instance of someone who I believe has DID. And that is to represent which of their plurals is fronting, is my best explanation. But obviously, they will know better than I will. Keeping the emergency blood tank on you at all times. Listen, tell me you're a vampire without telling me you're a vampire. Although, I am curious. Oh wait, I just realized. I was going to talk about Vampire the Masquerade, but someone asked me in the Discord how I feel an LL0 to 6 campaign would work in the Forgotten Realms. And I must be honest, I think once you hit LL2 and you get your frames, the Forgotten Realms might be cooked. Because let's put this in perspective. I, as a wizard, cast, I don't know, earth meld or whatever. Like I cast levitate on your mech, so now you can't move. But if you have an EVA suit, that'd overcome that. If you're flying, I can shoot you. If you cast fireball on me, oh no, I'm a Genghis, I'm immune to burn. Also, I have blast shielding. I feel like the Forgotten Realms would kind of be cooked. But at LL0, LL1, before you get your licenses, I don't think Everest's would be strong enough. I feel like the weapons would tear through anything. But I feel as though, like, a group of level 5 wizards, level 7 wizards maybe, would probably be able to take on a group of LL0 frames. Although I don't know. No new idea, full disclosure, there's plurality that exists outside mental conditions. I won't delve too much. Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to make that assumption. That's just the way I'm most familiar with it, so apologies for misrepresenting you, but thank you for clarifying. What are the arrow rights? The arrow rights of what? So I feel as though in Lancer, LL0 to LL1, you're not underpowered, but you don't have the craziness of a full license. And I feel like the craziness of a full license is required to take on the craziness of the Forgotten Realms and magic. Because, yeah, if I have an assault rifle and like combat knives and missile racks, that's cool and all, but that's not going to stop me from having someone teleport me to the elemental plane of water, right? I don't think I can stop that, personally. But I feel as though if I'm the goblin and I can hurl into the Duat I probably can stop that. What if you hurl into the Duat yourself? Wild. Holy heck. Thoughts on Frankenstein being both the man and monster for abandoning that which he looked at? Okay, so, I mean, it's the sort of deal where it's, like, intelligence is knowing Frankenstein isn't the monster, it's the scientist. Wisdom is knowing Frankenstein is the monster. I think Frankenstein, in the original work, was kind of a weenie baby.
I'd call him less of a monster. I'd call him more of a deadbeat dad than anything. Just full stop. Like, did not take responsibility for his kid. Do we as a community have some cool ritualistic stuff for the sake of funny? We have tons of that. So on Twitch, there is a Twitch channel point redeem where you can ban another chatter, and it is stylized that you are shooting them. So we have firefights over on Twitch. We have a cult that is currently sprung up and is a fringe ideology that is attempting to take over the community. So the union that we have formed is currently battling against the cult. We have propaganda posters made. Yeah, we don't have anything that I would say is beyond the scope of what is typical for a stream. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like we're quirky special, but last stream we got hit by the gun twice in 2 minutes. Yep, there it is. Yep, the unionists will defend what once they strove to reform. Because like we had I've strike busted my community, unironically. Strike busted. I strike busted my community, and then they unionized, and then they like held demands where they executed people via guillotine, and then now the Discord server is called the Union. And then we had a period of time where we were worshiping soup as a god, and now the soup has kind of fallen out of favor in favor of a cult that is at odds with the Union. So now the soup is gone, but the cult's here, but the Union is not backing down. Do not succumb to the cult. Our exorcists are still investigating the possibility of an idol being behind it. Kane reference. Community-wide loose roleplay is W. That's the thing, right? Initially, I started it as events. I had official events that I would run on the Discord, but I just didn't have time for that. So now it's just kind of running wild. It is absolutely a fringe ideology. The naked truth has nothing to do with me, you goof. But no, I do love the fact that Twitch, I've successfully made an environment that is lurker unwelcome. Because while lurking in my chat, you can be banned. You've spoken to the Kisser Pope, yeah? And what did they say? What lies did they feed you? What poison were they pouring in your ear, Claudius? For Frankenstein, though, I maintain that he was a deadbeat dad. That was a pathetic weenie baby that didn't deserve to have a kid, and that had he just taken care of his kid, would have been in a much better situation. But his kid had a hard life and then ended up being a jerk himself. So both of them are the monster, but not because they're scary, but because they're not people I want to interact with. How long do those bans last? 15 seconds. 5 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, initially it was like a minute, and then people got upset because being taken out for a minute is just a little bit too long. So 15 seconds is enough to purge all your messages, have you be like, come on, really? And then 5 seconds later, you're back in it. And you can ban whoever banned you. Although I did just start Hollow Knight over on Twitch, which I'm going to continue over on Saturday, but I'm going to have to end it early because actually on Saturday, post-stream, I'm going to hop on someone else's stream to do a rant ramble about Nosferatu 2024. So I'm going to make a presentation about why it was such a interesting experience for me. So I will post a link for that. I'll at folks on the server right before that happens. That should be, I think it's at like 5 PST. Let me check. I have the ability to just check. 3 PST. Yeah, so what I'll probably do is I will probably on stream just take a quick break at like 2:50 PST So like an hour ago was 250 for me. Take a break, hop on stream, do my presentation. Excuse me. Do my presentation, and then that'll be like 15 minutes, and then I'll just come back to Hollow Knight. Is probably what I'll end up doing. If it's Twitch stream, you could see. I could, but I would only be streaming for like 4 hours at that point, 3.5 hours, and I tend to like to go longer, particularly with something like Hollow Knight. I want to burn through Hollow Knight. You're just starting to read Dracula. I really want to do Dracula Daily. How many of you don't know about Dracula Daily? But yes, Taff, we have quite a few arrow rights where I thought that might have been what you're talking about, but I wasn't sure. The arrow rightae are silly and almost entirely community driven. I went out of my way to avoid pushing that on the community. It was almost always they chose to do that, which is why now we have shooting people and running games of Lancer and all that stuff. So Dracula Daily is a website that every year will release and send you an email every single chapter of Dracula on the day it happens in the story. Because if you don't know, Dracula is an epistolary novel. That means it is a collection of journals and letters and newspaper clippings, like in universe, that come together to tell a single coherent story. That's the kayfabe of Dracula. So if something is written on June 12th, you will get the letter written on June 12th sent to you on June 12th via email. So I think it takes place over the course of like 6 months, 8 months. So it's a really cool thing where you can sign up to have it email you on the day, every day. So you'll get an email about, you know what, dearest Constance, I fear for my health. I have been pallid and pale and have found the chills even in the warmest of days. The good Lord Dracula has not found himself predisposed to any time frame before dusk, and yet I fear for not just my safety but my sanity as well. And then you have to wait like 2 weeks, because 2 weeks later is when the next journal entry is. So you're sitting there and you're like, what's going to happen to him? Like, is Dracula going to eat him? What's going to happen? And then you only get it 2 weeks later because that's what happened in universe. So that's something I want to do. I keep forgetting about it. I forget about it every year. I think it starts in spring. That'd be very cool. Honestly, that'd be a really fun community event. Although I will say, I don't know if I'm going to do this. Friday, I might do my very first member stream, where my goal is to read public domain works. And I feel like that would work really well for a member stream, because if you want to be live in chat, me reading Dracula, that would be fun. That would be... So my thought process is, on Friday, I could do a member stream where I read a public domain work, and then after the stream is over, so people who are members can join, chat, see it live, then after the stream is over, I make it public. Because then, if you can't afford a membership, or you don't want to do a membership, or whatever the reason, you can still listen to what the story was. You can still participate with the community, but you aren't able to participate in the live chat, which I think is a nice healthy medium between barring entry behind a paywall and giving something nice to people who contribute. You need to go to bed, it's midnight. Okay, well, good night. Enjoy your night. Rest well. So I am thinking I want to... Yeah, you said that in the last one. Yeah. I think that's what I want to do. I was considering doing it last week. I don't know. I'm just nervous. Because like I just got a bunch of memberships the other week, but I also feel like no one's going to show up. But the nice thing is, since it's just reading, doesn't matter if no one shows up. My only question is, do I do it at the same time frame? Do I do it at like 11 PST, like I do my other streams? Or do I do it at a later time slot? Because I could do it at like 7 PST to have it be like nighttime reading for like Eastern viewers or East Coast viewers, and very early morning for European viewers. Oh, your European catching streams would be hard. Yeah, that's why I tried to do 11 a.m. PST, because I know I have a lot of Europeans in my audience and I want to respect your time. And like, if now is midnight, that's +8 for you, right? So I started at 7 p.m. your time, which is the start of my day, which sucks because I want to be there for as many of my audience as I can. But I feel like if I have a member stream and I have it be like 2 hours of reading, that would be reasonable. That even if you are catching up later, that's not a super big investment, right? You'd be able to catch Friday night, but Saturday night is for freelancer. Well, I do Saturday mornings, so I would not be doing Saturday night. That'd be too much. Gosh, so what I have in mind, oh my gosh, my voice. What I have in mind is I have the Monkey's Paw. I have Poe and his short stories. I have the King in Yellow. I could do Dracula. I could do Frankenstein. And like, this would be the perfect time because it is spooky month. So I could go through and I could read like all of Dracula, all of Frankenstein over the course of like 2-3 streams. And I will say, Halloween's on a Friday. I could have the final one be non-members. You'd totally watch those those member streams later. My Saturday streams have been a lovely companion. Okay, well, I'm glad. I'm always appreciative whenever someone's like, hey, I liked your stream. Because I'm like, really? I hated it because I was in it. But no, I do. Last year for Halloween, it was a bit of an impulsive decision. But I decided to stream and I read aloud Edgar Allan Poe. I read, I think it was The Raven, The Cask of Amontillado, and Pit the Pendulum. So I want to do that again, but I don't know if I have plans Halloween night. I kind of would be down to just hop on call, hop on stream and just read more public domain horror because I love me so. I've been trying to read more. Cellar wine. No, Montresor, what are you doing? I do love me some reading because I've been trying to read more. I have a book that I just read that I want to do like a rant about. And I want to do it on stream, but I keep not doing my notes. And I need to return the book to the library in the next couple days. The book that I just read is Assassins Anonymous. It's one of those books where like the entire time I was like, I kind of like it. I kind of don't like it. It's pretty mid. I'm having a fun time. And then the very end was like, whoa, I have to talk about this. Like, not because it was good, not because it was terrible, but because it was just so silly. I want to rant about it. I just need my notes to have a coherent thought. So that's another thing where I don't know if I want to do that as a member stream. I might just do that as a part of a stream. But it's about a group of assassins who are styled after Alcoholics Anonymous, where they're trying to stop killing. And they have like yearly chips and they have meetings and they talk about the steps that they can take to heal as a person after being a killer. Honestly, if you like thrillers and if you like the premise, I'd say check it out. It's Assassins Anonymous by Rob Hart. Although I do want to rant about it. So I just don't know when I would make time for that. That's my issue. I have so many things that I don't know when I would do them. Is it as silly as it sounds? So I would say Assassins Anonymous, I still don't know. I still don't know if it's supposed to be satire or not. Because it has the trappings of classic spy thriller nonsense. And because the whole premise is, oh, we're killers that want to reform, so presumably this is a deconstruction of the genre. I don't actually think it was. I think I might have been assuming it was a deconstruction or like a satire or a revamp when it wasn't. But at the same time, it wasn't bad. It's just the way I would describe it is that, you know, like, you ever watched a really good action movie? You ever watched an action movie that had some interesting points? But it's still an action movie, right? It's not trying to be high-grade cinema. It's not trying to hit you on an emotionally deep core. It's trying to entertain you. And it has an interesting bend to how it's entertaining. That's how I describe Assassins Anonymous. I wouldn't say it was particularly thought-provoking, but I would say it made me think about it. Does that make sense? It didn't prompt me to introspect or give me new trains of thought or make me see the world in a different light. But it did make me think about it. Which, one of the worst things you can walk away from a book with is that you just forget it. So I think as a piece of entertainment, it succeeded in keeping me entertained. And in like the last fifth of it, I was engaged. I wanted to see what happened. And that's what you need from a book. I also, while I was reading it, I went to the park at the very end. And I lied down on the grass. And I read for like 2 hours. And I got sunburn all over my arms and my legs and my neck. And then turns out that I got really tan as a result. Or not really tan, but like I got tan as a result. And I did not know this. But I have tan lines now. And I have freckles. I really gave up my vampiric complexion for this. Toasty, exactly. Well, so Alexander, I already answered that question. I answered that in the question section, and that's how we got to talking. I don't even know where we went from there. I'm not going to lie. I talked about that. I remember what I said. I don't remember where. Oh, we went to talking about member streams, right? Freckles are cute. No, that's the thing, right? Like, I currently, on my person right now, I have very distinct tan lines going up to like 2/3 up my thigh. I have tans on my arms. And I have freckles on my face and my shoulders. And the freckles actually are not from when I got sunburned. They're just from living in an area with more sunlight and going out more. Because back home I had a treadmill. I go on daily walks and runs and jogs. But here I don't have a treadmill. So I actually go out. I know, I go outside, I touch grass. It's terrifying for a VTuber. But I do this daily. So I just kind of, over time, built up like exposure to the sun, which apparently I have freckles. I forgot because it's been a minute. So I do find it very funny that I was just like, wow, I was not expecting to get freckles. Treadmill is such a ye old name when you think about it. Huh. It's a mill that you tread upon. I didn't think about that. I've been got. Holy heck. I think this is a good enough place as any. Oh, one more question. Are you supposed to be scared or puzzled by horrors beyond your comprehension? Shouldn't be able to comprehend them, right? See, that's the thing. Horrors beyond your comprehension. has two components. It's horrifying, so it's scary, but it's beyond your comprehension, so you don't understand it. You can be scared of something you don't understand. You can be scared at the immense size and gravity of something that you do not process effectively. However, I would argue that if you're scared at seeing Cthulhu because Cthulhu is beyond your comprehension or whatever, that is being scared at not knowing. That is not being scared by Cthulhu. Cthulhu is a representation of the fear of the unknown, the cosmic influence, the sheer girth of that unit. That lad, that absolute unit, is a representation of a cosmic sense of dread. I would argue that does not mean you are scared of Cthulhu, that you are scared of the concept of cosmic dread and the unknown and all of that. And Cthulhu is just reminding you of that in the same way of, I don't know, you get beat up by a dog when you're a kid. You become scared of dogs. And then you see a very cute, sweet puppy, like a puppy, and you get nervous. And you know that the puppy won't hurt you, so you're not scared of the puppy. But dogs make you scared. Or, I don't know, it's like a similar form of association, basically. It's nice when you were given understanding, but only for a moment. No, Missy, there's no evil hot pockets to find. What are you up to? I could go for a hot pocket right now. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna front. But yeah, so I am of the team, you can be scared by horrors beyond your comprehension, but that's not because you comprehend them. You're scared by the fact you don't comprehend them. As soon as you comprehend them, you will be scared of them for what they are, but they're no longer beyond your comprehension. I remember hearing somewhere that people misunderstood cosmic horror, like just witnessed something incomprehensible, where the real fear of it's comprehending something you weren't supposed to. I think. So here's an actual thing, right? It alters your brain chemistry. Like, I'm pretty sure in the Lovecraftian mythos, it alters your brain chemistry. Like, seeing a Shoggoth literally activates chemicals in your brain that messes with you because it's beyond your understanding. The color from outer space literally changes the world as it infects it. So it's not a matter of, oh no, this thing I don't understand, I'm so scared. This is decoupled from reality. If I told you, hey, I made a new color, and then I showed you a color, that would deconstruct everything you know about color theory. And also the visible light spectrum. But is that you comprehending? I don't know. It's a weird conversation. I'm still of the opinion that with cosmic horror, I might. Because if Azathoth, the blind idiot god, guardian of the gate, of whom the entire universe is just a dream in the fleeting memory of, dies, and the entire universe blinks out of existence, that does not affect me. Why? Because the universe just blinked out of existence. If great Cthulhu, slumbering and dead but not to be awakened, or whatever, guardian of Relay and steward of the old ones, awakens, and I view Cthulhu, and I realize, oh, there's so much more to the universe than I ever imagined. Okay, I still have to pay taxes. I still have to afford rent. I still want to make content. And like, yeah, seeing that might kill my drive for content. It might make me be like, oh, in the face of such majesty, my legacy means nothing. But like, I don't care if there's a galaxy spanning like universe that took over the stars because I'm on this planet. I don't care that in the Andromeda sector, there's the great race of Yith who overcome every world at a time and they steal their bodies and blah, 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 blah. Personally, that is too high level for me. You can call it like blissful ignorance, but it's also very much like I have no frame of reference for that. Seeing a great old one turns me into a conspiracy tuber. That's the thing, right? Like, if I learned about the existence of the old ones, my first thought would not be, oh, clearly they've been manipulating human society. I would be like, oh, okay. We are not the biggest fish in the pond, which I assume anyway. Right? There are larger fish and the ocean is deeper than we thought it was. Cool. Anyway, would you like fries with that? Like, I'm not... If I was an astrophysicist and I had to re-examine my understanding of the laws of thermodynamics, sure, that would impact me more, but I'm just a silly little guy. It's like if an ant looks at a human, it doesn't know what you are, so it doesn't care. But if an ant suddenly experiences what it's like to be a human, it loses its mind. Exactly. Or if a human picks up an ant and transplants it across the world and then sets it down, the ant is going to be screwed. What the heck? Where'd it go? How can it do this? If a great old one plucked me up and transported me across realities, that's not going to break my brain because I saw things I was never meant to. That's going to break my brain because how am I going to adapt to this new world that I'm not suited for? Mr. Cthulhu, this is a Wendy's. Let me take the evil Hot Pockets out. Okay, so let's keep it relevant to chat. We're not talking about Hot Pockets, you silly. You think got nothing on the IRS? See, okay, fun fact. I don't know if anyone knows this. I was actually in a STEM program back in high school, where I unironically was like doing rocket science. I dropped out because of course I did, but I got through like 3 of 4 years where I was doing university level mathematics, sciences, computer programming, and I was terrible at it. I hated it. It was one of the worst academic experiences of my life. It ruined coding for me. It was only when I picked back up coding to learn RenPy in the past couple of years that I actually had some degree of interest in coding. Goodness gracious. It's been 5 hours, so I think I'm gonna hop off unless anyone else has any other questions. But in the meantime, I am going to have a member stream Friday. Hope, pray. If you're not a member, you can donate a membership. I think it's like $5. If you're not a member, I will make it public afterwards. That is my goal, is to do a public domain reading stream for like an hour or two, see what I get through, and then make it public. On Saturday, I'm going to be doing more Hollow Knight over on Twitch, 11 a.m. PST. And then I'm going to hop on. It is going to be Firozera's bad horror movie slideshow at 3 p.m. PST. So I'll probably just pivot over to it, do that, pivot back to Hollow Knight. It will just be me ranting about Nosferatu and my experience watching it, which it was interesting. I'll give you that. But thank you so much. Be on the lookout for... Do I know Night Vale? I do know Night Vale. I used to listen to Welcome to Night Vale a bunch. I listened to dozens, if not like 100 episodes of it. I fell off a couple years later. I tried picking it back up. Never really reconnected with it. But I enjoyed it for what it was. I definitely would love to do my own version of Night Vale. I think it would be fun to release a Night Vale style podcast inspired by it. But I also don't want to be derivative. So, I don't know. maybe that's something I'll do if there's interest. If you're on the Discord, join the Discord. You can chat more with the community there. And thank you so much for everything. Have a lovely, lovely day. Bye-bye.